Good evening, everyone. Let me know when we're live.
I will. It's just setting up.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
Okay, Madam Mayor, it is 6:06 and we are live.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, May 7th, May 7th, 2024 regular City Commission meeting. Can we have the roll, please?
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Here.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz.
Here.
Thank you very much. The moment of silence will be led by Commissioner McVoy, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga. Miss Maliga. Sarah is fine, actually. We're pretty informal.
Thank you. We have in our proclamations this week the Day of Remembrance Week for remembering the Holocaust in Europe in the 1940s and before. And we have a good deal of challenges in other parts of the world, in Ukraine, in Palestine, Gaza, Israel. And we have movements across different parts of the world that bear some resemblance to what began in Germany and in Italy in the 1930s. And as someone whose family experienced occupation by Germany and who lived in Germany much more recently, and had people in Germany specifically take me to some of the sites of the concentration camps because they wanted me to know firsthand some of it. I ask that we all think about human rights and nonviolence for all peoples, and tolerance for differences, tolerances for different customs, different religions, different views, and do our best to speak out when we see things, regardless of who is doing them or what the history is, or maybe even because of it, to speak out against injustices, especially us as leaders, to lead our community in honesty, in fairness, in tolerance for all peoples. I ask that for just a moment of silence in that direction. Thank you. Amen.
Amen. Thank you all. I have to apologize, my glasses have broken, so everything's a little fuzzy. The world is sort of this impressionistic thing today. If I really need them, I will put on my sunglasses. But I apologize in advance if I don't make eye contact when I probably should be. Okay, agenda, any additions, deletions, or reordering?
I don't have additions or deletions. I just wanted to announce that unfortunately, State Representative Waldron is not feeling well and is unable to attend tonight.
Thank you.
And then under the upcoming meetings, the pre-agenda work session on Friday will be at 9:45 instead of 9 o'clock this week. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I was looking at the agenda, the Business Advisory Board update. I was wondering why that was at new business and not just like a presentation. And it's at the end of the agenda, and if the folks are here that want to do it, I wondered if we couldn't move that up to the beginning of the agenda after our elected officials have spoken. Anybody have any objection? Is Erin Allen here now? She's not here yet? Well,
Wes is here.
Wes is here, and he's on the business board.
Yep.
Are you going to give the report? Okay, well, it's just a thought. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason this was under new business was because with this being a new board and the first time they're coming forward, some questions had come up during some of the meetings, and
okay.
there just needed to be more of a conversation
all right.
with the commission to get
That's
a better
fine.
idea of what you guys are kind of expecting. So it made more sense, instead of just doing a regular 10-minute presentation, to have
Understood.
a little bit more back and
Okay,
forth.
thanks very much. Well, then we'll just leave it where it is.
Well, Madam Mayor, is there somebody here to receive all the proclamations, or do we move any to consent?
Let me find out. We have Haitian Heritage Month, yes, of course. We have Historic Preservation Month. I see Mr. William. Without my glasses, it's kind of
Madam
hard.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Vice Mayor, yes, there is someone to receive all the proclamations this evening.
Okay, we'll find out who they are when they get called up. All right, very good. So, first, legislative updates from the Florida House Representative, Mr. Silvers. Would you like to join us? Mr. Silvers has been a very good friend of the city. Well, I thought they would go separately. Are you going to speak together or separately?
I wanted to let the senator go before me, but if you want me to go first.
I'm just going by the agenda.
Okay, whatever you want to do.
You're so gracious.
I try. Sorry I wasn't on before. Okay, I'll start over again. Thank you so much for having us here today at today's commission meeting. This past session, we had a record budget of $117.5 billion, $49.4 billion coming from general revenue, $30.2 billion coming from state trust funds, and $37.9 billion coming from the federal trust funds. So not all that record money is coming from within the state of Florida. We do have to give credit to where credit's due at the federal level. So thank you to the federal level to support us the way they have been. Unfortunately, I was not able to get the one appropriation we filed this past year. I say we because it's a team. It's teamwork here, and
Very disappointing.
very sorry. My last year in the House. I'll make it up in the future. Give you my word. I mean, I could go on about this was a record year for the appropriations I did get in the budget, but I feel bad, so I'm not going to go on that.
It wasn't,
I don't want to rub it in. I'm sorry.
we don't need your money.
Yeah. We had it was interesting policy this past session because we didn't have a lot of bills like we have in the past to pass. We had a bunch of bills, but and I think the senator I think you can second this, that because it is an election year, less policy does come through both chambers. We did have some interesting policy on insurance, which I think is extraordinarily important because it's becoming harder and harder to own a home now because of insurance. And in the past, certain policies would not qualify for citizens' property insurance, which is the insurance of last resort in our state. And it was really leaving a lot of people in a bind. They couldn't afford going to the private market, but then Citizens, which is a public-private partnership, you wouldn't qualify. But we did pass a piece of legislation this year that would qualify a lot more people because it raised the threshold, it raised that bar. So at least that is somewhat good news. But there's a lot to be done. And I'm sure Senator Powell can further explain part of that in his legislative update. I do want to spend a moment on a piece of legislation that I filed and passed this past year, and it's waiting for the governor's, or this past session, it's waiting for the governor's signature. This is a bill that is important throughout the state, and if you have a bank account and you're over a certain age, you should be protected from financial exploitation. Unfortunately, in our state, what happened was the AARP and the Sheriff's Association has come to me. They came to me last session, they came to me on this session, about an issue that's happening all throughout our state. You have individuals that are being scammed out of their life savings. And the banks, even if they think there's some type of financial exploitation that is happening, they cannot stop the transaction. This bill, Senate Bill 556, allows them to pause that transaction. And a court of competent jurisdiction can extend that delay of the transaction if they feel as though that there is some type of financial exploitation that is occurring. I think it's extremely important. Got tens of millions of dollars in our state that have been scammed out of our Floridians. And when the Florida Sheriff's Association brought this issue to me, I realized this piece of legislation could actually fix a real big problem in our state. So I'm proud to have passed it with my Senate sponsor. And it's not an I, it's teamwork, as Senator Powell and myself have worked together on many pieces of legislation, mental health legislation for children, focusing on our education system. So this was a teamwork, this was a team effort. But I think this is an important piece of legislation that can really truly help Floridians across our state. So that's something I'm very proud of.
Thank you.
And I do want to point out another bill, Senate, House Bill 951, behavioral health. And this is my last year in the House of Representatives. I was elected in 2016, and since I was elected, I've been focusing on, well, all types of legislation, like this financial exploitation bill, but mental health. I've been focusing on mental health for children since the first day I was elected into the House of Representatives. And whether it's Baker Act reform within our receiving facilities throughout our state, it's something that I've been extraordinarily passionate about. And now being the father of a 2-year-old baby girl, you know, we have a future. The future is our children, and I want to make sure that we have a safety net in place to protect the children in our state. And a lot of children in our state are falling through the cracks of that safety net. And a lot of those children are in the foster care system. And that has been my focus this past 8 years. And over those past 8 years, Senator Powell and myself have passed, I think, 5 bills together that have focused on mental health for children in our state. So thank you for your hard work in the Senate chamber. Thank you. And as I mentioned before, this was my last year in the House. It has been an incredible honor. It's been an honor to be here. It's been an honor. It's very humbling to know that the voters of the district sent me back 4 times.
Yeah.
And I hope I made them proud. I hope I made you proud to have represented you in Tallahassee. As you know, as I term out, I am running for the Senate in a few years, but I'm regardless of what happens, I will take this experience and it will last a lifetime. And before I became a father, it was probably one of the greatest experiences of my life. So thank you for that. Thank you for believing me. But now I'm a father of a 2-year-old baby girl that has taken precedent. I do want to shout out to my baby girl, Olivia. I love you, baby, and happy birthday.
And she's a beauty. Happy birthday?
She just turned 2 last
Oh, sweet. Well, we want to thank you for the service, really impeccable service that you have given us over the years. It's you've been a friend to our city, and we need friends, and we appreciate everything that you've done for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are you aware? This coming Sunday night at the South County Civic Center, are you aware of this? There's a children's mental health called Raising Awareness for Parents. It's from 5 o'clock till 9, and they're going to have, I can forward this to you, just it's,
That'd be great.
yeah, it's just different organizations coming together just specifically about children's mental health.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, really. Thank you. Senator Bobby Powell.
Good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
I am State Senator Bobby Powell Jr. I represent Senate District 24 here in Palm Beach County. That covers everything from PGA and Palm Beach Gardens South all the way down to Hypoluxo. But of course, getting the opportunity to represent Lake Worth has been the thrill of my life. As Senator, well, soon-to-be Senator, current Representative David Silvers has indicated, this is his final term, and for me, that's it too. Peace, deuces, calling it quits. However, never fear, the best is yet to come.
Uh-huh.
We are on our way to another position here in Palm Beach County. I would say hopefully, but what I will tell you is we're doing the work to definitely make sure that we're able to continue to represent Palm Beach County at the Palm Beach County level. I'm here today to go through a legislative update, and it's also amazing to have the opportunity to work with both Representative Catherine Waldron as well as I keep saying Senator, you know,
Yes.
we're calling it before it gets Representative Silvers as he's on this way. I do want to recognize that we do have our report to constituents available right here on the front table for anyone who would like to take a look. And I'm excited to be before you all tonight. We're going to go through a real quick PowerPoint. Won't take too long. Some of the bills that we passed this year in the legislature include public records exemptions for city and county attorneys. What does that mean? It means that if you are a current city or county attorney, that your records will be exempt. Personal identifying information for you, your children, your spouse, photos, pictures, the place where your children go to school, all of that information will be exempt from public record. But here's the caveat. Unlike when you are a state's attorney, that information's exempt forever. As a city or county attorney, it's only exempt for the time that you're serving as a city or county attorney. Another bill that we passed this year was wills and estates. Now, this provides and clarifies procedures to resolve probate disputes regarding property owned by spouses in this state but acquired in other states. It deals with the Real Property and Community Property Act, and this legislation was cleanup language related to court hearings that have already happened. It put this language in statute. Now, Representative Silvers is still here. I'm not sure if he talked about this or if he wants to talk about it. House Bill 707, State University Unexpended Funds. Did you want to mention it? Sure. Go ahead, it's on you.
Thank you, Senator Powell. So HB 707 was the priority legislation for the Board of Governors. Board of Governors oversees the 12 public universities here in Florida, University of Florida, FSU, UCF, USF. And it was interesting how Chancellor Rodriguez brought the bill to my attention. He said, look, this may not be an exciting piece of legislation. I passed a piece of legislation for the Board of Governors 5 out of my 8 years in the legislature. And look, he was right. It was in accounting, kind of a boring bill, as he mentioned, but it's extremely important for our school system, at our public school system here at the state university level, because there was an ambiguity as to whether or not certain funds could be carried over to the next year in the budget. So schools weren't sure if they didn't use those funds, would they be taken away? Would they be reduced? Their budget be reduced the following year? This bill clarifies a lot of that ambiguity and makes it so that they can carry forward future funds, and it would still be subject to the same limitations that all the other funds would be carry forward. So that is the State University Unexpended Funds. It's an accounting bill, mind you, but still very important. Thank you, Senator.
Did you talk about protection of specified adults?
Yes,
You already talked about it.
yeah, 556 is the bill I spoke about financial exploitation.
Awesome. That's important. Another bill that passed this year, Representative Waldron is not here, but I'll go through it really quickly for her. This is Senate Bill 7016, the inclusion of audiology and speech language pathology compact bills into Live Health Initiative. This bill will allow licensed audiologists and speech language pathologists to practice in person through telehealth in member states, which will give the continuity of care for patients. The Live Healthy initiative is designed to grow Florida's healthcare workforce, to increase access, and to incentivize innovation. This includes a historic $717 million in funding and the much-needed Medicaid provider rate increases. This was a part of the Live Healthy Act that Representative Waldron was able to work on. And then she had a resolution which is really, really important. And I believe that this was filed with, I want to say, Senator Berman. Am I right, Rosalie? Senator Berman. The resolution in support of the state of Israel. This resolution condemns the Hamas attacks on 10/17/23, supporting Israel and the state of Florida recognizing the right of the state of Israel to exist as a sovereign and independent nation with full rights and privileges afforded to all nations under international law. Those were a couple of the bills that Representative Waldron, Representative Silvers, and myself had the opportunity to sponsor. Now, of course, the legislature, we went for 60 days. Now, I would need a funnel to give you the gist of most of the legislation that passed. I mean, we did things such as HB1, we'll talk about that in just a minute, the balloons, and many other things. Now, some of the projects that got into the budget, dredging for Palm Beach Shore, $1 million, $250,000 for CRA enhanced lighting and safety initiatives in Westgate. There's money in the budget for the lighting system for, I believe, the city of West Palm Beach, about $2 million to synchronize some of the lights, which would make it a little bit easier to get to Lake Worth if you're going through the downtown area. As you know, those lights stop you, especially during traffic hours like right now. Central Palm Beach County's infrastructure improvements, $1 million. I believe there's $9.2 million that we worked on together for Palm Beach State College Library, $500,000 for the Riviera Beach reconstruction or demolition of the existing fire station on Singer Island. Riviera Beach Shore Palm Riviera Drive pavement restoration of $350,000. And the Cox Science Center, we got, well, there's much more that's listed, but $5 million for the Cox Science Center, which is a major investment that we've worked on over the years. Myself, Representative Silvers, and others I believe, have worked to get that money in the budget for the Cox Science Center for the redevelopment and expansion of 75,000 square feet
Yeah.
of that center, bringing the total that we brought home from the state up to $20 million. Now, for appropriations that we've done together here in Palm Beach County, myself and my colleagues, we got appropriations totaling about $34 million right now. However, we do keep in mind that the governor has indicated that he is not going to call a special session and will focus on passing a budget or signing the budget. What happens when the governor signs the budget? As we know, the governor has done vetoes. Sometimes, like last year, it's about $500 million, and in years in the past, it's been $3 billion or more. When it's very, very high, we have to really worry because the governor has seemed in the past to target Palm Beach County directly. We're hopeful that as we go into the month of June and the budget will be signed, that the governor does not put a target on Palm Beach County. Major session bills that passed this year were HB 491. Lawmakers passed a bill that would loosen restrictions on 16 and 17-year-olds when it comes to work requirements. Basically, you can have your 16 and 17-year-olds work up to 40 hours a week if you waive that. Of course, I did not support that, neither did Representative Silvers
you.
or Catherine, or Representative Waldron.
It's horrible.
Unauthorized camping and public
We'll lose so
sleeping.
many kids, that's-
Basically, the legislature has indicated that you can be sued as a municipality
Another bad one.
by a business owner, the state's attorney, or a citizen if people who are homeless are able to sleep in a public area or public right-of-way or even public buildings. Create an area where these individuals will have to go to be served by DCF with running water and services that will be available. Of course, once again, me and my colleagues who are here today voted against this piece of legislation just for a number of reasons. It doesn't quite help the fact that when you talk about homelessness, this is not a one-stop shop where you can just put people away somewhere and they go away. No, we really have to come up with a comprehensive plan to deal with homelessness like the Lord's placing other entities that are working on this. Problem with this is we make sure that when you put these individuals in a place that has to be owned by a county or municipality, public lands, it cannot be contiguous to any residential areas. Flood disclosures was important because this indicates that if your property is ever flooded, it needs to be disclosed when at the time of sale before the contract is executed. Social media bill, HB 3. Well, the original bill was HB 1, which indicated that people 17 years old and under would not be able to get on social media. The part that we don't talk about was this requirement. I think is a little interesting that if someone were going to access an adult website, that person would need to put in their driver's license. Now, this still has those verification methods, but it's a little less strict than HB 1 was, which was vetoed by the governor. However, HB 3, very similar to HB 1, loosens the restrictions on those. 15 and 16-year-olds can still have social media, but they have to have their parents' permission. But if you're 14 and under, you cannot have social media. Now, with this piece of legislation, I think it goes a little bit too far by the government reaching directly into your home. However, this was a piece of legislation that both Democrats and Republicans voted for. Me, on the other hand, I believe that it's our right to make sure that we deal with our children on our own and not have the government interfering in our businesses or our business. Vacation rentals. Basically, in a nutshell, the legislature preempted municipalities from being able to regulate vacation rentals once again.
Can you say that one more time for the people listening?
That says that the legislature, not inclusive of myself, Representative Silvers, or Representative Waldron, who all voted against this legislation, has taken home rule from you once again and preempted to the state the ability to regulate vacation rentals in SB 280. With that being said, that's just a gist of some of the bills that passed this year. We didn't talk about the release of balloons, which means that anybody over the age of 6 can be charged or, well, can receive a citation for releasing more than 10 balloons into the air or atmosphere. We didn't talk about pretrial detention, where we added a caveat that you can be charged and held if there's hearsay when it comes to pretrial detention. We didn't talk about a number of other issues that came before the legislature this year, but we did hit some of the top items that we had to deal with. With that being said, I want to recognize my team, Team Powell, who is here with me today, my legislative aide, Mr. Malcolm Summons II, who you've seen over here to my left taking photos and making sure that our review is available. And then Michelle DeMarco, who's in Tallahassee, along with our chief legislative aide, Attorney Diane Andre, who's sitting right here towards back. And we had two amazing legislative interns this year who are not with us today. One of them graduated on Friday. That's Balin Worthen, right from hailing from Riviera Beach, Florida. He is now a graduate of Florida A&M University. Congratulations, Balin. And then we had a junior at Florida State University, Miss Sabrina Vidijet, who is now interning in the office of Congressman, former Director of Department of Emergency Management, and my former colleague in the Florida House, Jared Moskowitz. So I'm excited for these individuals.
he's great.
They have amazing careers that are in front of them. That being said, Team Waldron is represented. Her staff is here right now. Her legislative aide, Miss Rosalie Gibbs. Rosalie, wave your hand, say hello to the people in Lake Worth.
A Lake Worth resident, by the way.
A Lake Worth resident. And she also got Melanie Tolchin. Is Melanie here? Melanie's not here right now, right? Thank you. And then Representative Silvers is represented by Christy Fernley and Audrey Piedra. We're so excited to once again come before you here in Lake Worth Beach as we continue to represent you. I'm so excited for you. By the way, congratulations to Vice Mayor Malega, to the Mayor, Resh, congratulations to Ms. Mimi May on making it to the chamber and being elected. It's amazing to serve. And just congratulations to the rest of you all for continuing to serve. Remember this, a life of service is indeed a life that counts. I am State Senator Bobby Powell Jr. with my colleagues, both for Catherine Waldron, who couldn't be here, State Representative Waldron, and for Representative Silvers. We tell you thank you, and we're available to ask any question, answer any questions, take comments. You can also follow me on all forms of social media. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube.
Proving you're a grown-up.
You mean they haven't taken those rights away from you guys yet?
Not yet. They've only taken away TikTok. So of course, I don't have a TikTok account, but you cannot access TikTok if you are in the Capitol.
Wow.
Or on any state authorized computer system. Not that I've tried because I don't have TikTok, but as I've knocked on doors, the young people have said, man, you're so cool. I'm like, yeah, I know, you're right. You got to get on TikTok.
Nice to be recognized.
Thank you so kindly.
I do have a question.
Absolutely.
I'd like to go back just, and I don't want to open a can of worms, but this homeless
Please.
housing thing is very problematic, and I cannot imagine that it's not going to be instantly challenged as from constitutional standpoint. Once again, the legislature has put on the cities. I mean, we cannot have a home. The county will have to come up with the place, right?
Correct.
But to number one, a lot of people are thinking, oh, great, now we can just go out and arrest the homeless people. And I really want people to understand that that's really not
Not the case.
and they can sue us if we don't.
Correct.
Okay, so that's really problematic. That, with as much as we're dealing with the situation as best we can, and we're continuing to work on it, we talk about it, and we're talking about money for it. It's just, I'm really nervous about the outcome of that legislation. I don't know, is somebody going to sue us because there's a homeless person sleeping on the sidewalk? Apparently, that's okay.
Well, here's the issue, right? If you're what they call a county that's got restrictions or doesn't have the funds that a Palm Beach County has, right? We got 67 counties in the state of Florida. Now, this has to be, before you create this area where the homeless population has to be able to be located, one, you have to double check to make sure that no homeless shelters have any beds available. Now, if there's beds available, they should be sending those individuals to the beds that are available.
If they agree to go.
If they agree to go. Now, those individuals cannot be arrested, but they're not technically allowed to sleep in a public place, public right-of-way, a public area. There's nothing in the legislation that I've checked that says individuals can't sleep on premises that are private.
Like my backyard.
That would be trespassing,
Yeah.
right? Unless, Walgreens is right across the street. I don't know if, they may be able to sleep there on that sidewalk. That's not a public place, right? It's private property. Who knows? There's another issue. You talked about it can't be contiguous to residential. Does it have to be a civic place if it's owned by a municipality or the county? Does it have to be zoned? It can't be zoned residential. Does it have to be zoned civic? Does it have to be zoned industrial? Does it have to be zoned any other recreation, open space, parkland? What does it have to be zoned? Now, it also has to be approved by the Department of Children and Families. So if DCF doesn't give its approval and there's no running water, then that place cannot be located there.
Right.
Now, here's another issue that you have to deal with. The place can only be approved by the municipality, whether it be your county commissioners or your city council or city commissioners, for 1 year as a temporary place. Now, there's nothing in the bill that indicates what happens after a year. Do you renew and say we're going to do it for another full year, or what happens? That's not in the legislation. Now, there's a lot of issues with this because what happens? Who gets sued? Who has the teeth? People can't be arrested according to the legislation. So what is the purpose of the legislation really? I think it sends a message really from the state that says we don't want homeless people around, but there's nothing we can really do about it except for create land in an area or say that this is what we're going to do. Now, interestingly enough, this legislation, unlike many other pieces of legislation, usually would go into effect upon the bill signing, which the governor's signing bills right now, or would go into effect on July 1st. Not the case here. The bill will go into effect on October 1st, which means somebody has a plan or something else at hand that we don't know about. Obviously, October 1st is before the next legislative session and before the next election. So I'm expecting there to be something that happens after these lawsuits. I know for a fact that the American Civil Liberties Unions and another couple of organizations have filed lawsuits against this legislation.
So they've already filed them?
They have,
Okay.
from my understanding, have already filed. Now, I've not been following the case, but it's my understanding that this has already
Okay.
been filed.
All right, thank you. Actually, that's helpful, because we can always say, until the litigation's over, we,
But keep in mind, a lot of people in these courts, that's another story for another time. And I'll follow up to let you know exactly
That
if
would
the
be
case has
helpful.
been filed by the ACLU, where we're at with it. I have a good relationship with the Southern Poverty Law Center who can tell me
Right.
where we're at with that.
okay, great. Ms. May?
I just have one quick question about the legislation itself. Was it funded or completely unfunded?
As far as I know, it was not funded.
No, it's
Not
unfunded.
funded.
Correct.
Okay, so it's just a directive.
Get used to it.
Oh, I'm a teacher. You don't think we have
Oh,
those
you're
every day? Okay, so it is unfunded. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
McBoy?
I can add a little bit to that from what I heard from the county's Department of Community Services. It was either them or the county administration. They said that there was about 30 million that did come with it, but everybody said 30 million for the whole state. Doesn't get very far. So there is a little bit, but it's certainly not enough to deal with what the legislation. My question for you, and you may or may not have an answer, but in the context, the mayor has alluded to the likelihood that this will be challenged, and you've indicated that it already has been, or it's, well in the way to do that. We're also seeing homeless-related legislation, I guess legislation, being challenged in the Supreme Court. And we have some indication based on the comments of how that's likely to go. Do you have any thoughts, or do you hear anything floating around Tallahassee? The noises that I hear suggest that the Supreme Court may come down on the side that does not defend First Amendment rights, and that would present a different context to the state challenges. I guess my concern is I'm not confident that this state legislation will go away. I think it may stick in some form, and we need to be dealing with the consequences.
Yeah.
That's a good question. What I'll tell you is that I don't know the answer, right? What I can tell you is, since it's pushed out to October, I expect there to be some adjustments. I expect there to be additional information provided in terms of the rule of how to implement this. I also expect that with anything that we pass in the legislature that's unperfect, which is everything that we pass, I expect there to be some changes and some amendments to the same legislation on next year. Fortunately for me, I won't be there to deal with it next year, right? But I do
But we will.
anticipate there will be some changes. And although I'm not in Tallahassee to deal with it, I totally expect to feel the impacts at the county commission. I believe that the person who will be in the state Senate seat at the time will be well aware of what we're dealing with here in Palm Beach County and be prepared to fight and bring good solutions and help resolve or to mitigate this at the state level, but sometimes that doesn't work. So I do fully anticipate that we'll feel it, but I don't think that I'll have anything to do with it. But I do believe there will definitely be some changes next year.
You'll just help us at the local level. Mr. Diaz?
Absolutely.
You kind of mentioned it, that will keep us updated, because I think the important thing is, we know that we're going to be burdened with some sort of thing to do, but we just don't know what that thing is. And I'm sure that'll probably come, September 30th, 2024 or something. But in the meantime, because we, as a city, just, and Representative Silver stepped out, but we've been having a conversation about potentially investing in partnering in services to address these problems. We don't know what the state will require of us, but we do know that we as a city should be probably doing something about it and addressing and reaching out and working with our partners like PBSO and other agencies to address this problem. And especially with, Representative Silvers and Angie, you've been both really good about addressing things like mental health, which is obviously such a critical need, and typically what I've seen, it's no criticism of PBSO or the state, but usually when I see programs proposed by the state, that's usually the piece that's missing, is the mental health component. So I definitely would love to hear more from both of you as this process comes along about what kind of void we can fill. And in a lot of ways, not just this legislation, but we're kind of being forced to address it because of it's a terrible situation. We don't want the community to be faced with that. We have crisis hotlines that we partner with, and the number one cause relate to housing. And then on top of that, in this recent campaign, there's a political action committee locally that really pushed to make this a major issue. And part of the problem was kind of the rhetoric that was shared. And what I'm really concerned about, and what we've been seeing across the state, is the increase in violence against homeless community because of the rhetoric of criminalizing them and, that they're the problem and we need to do something about it. So there's a lot of facets, and I hope that we as a city can hopefully do something to help address the problem and commit to it, as well as our partners and help from the state. So hopefully, maybe, I know you guys are super busy, but maybe over the summer, as we continue to address this problem, we can kind of invite you in to gain your perspective on the mental health aspect especially.
Commissioner Diaz, absolutely. We're both available when it comes to mental health and dealing with that. Myself, Rep. Silvers, even Rep. Waldron, as your representatives for this community, we're available to deal with that. Housing is a major issue here in Palm Beach County. As someone I'm an AICP certified planner by trade, and I will tell you that people should not be spending more than a third of their income in terms of housing. Unfortunately, more than 50% of the people in Palm Beach County, definitely higher than that, are spending more than 50% of their income to be housed. Recently, we passed a housing bond, and parts of that are just being implemented today by Palm Beach County. However, we've got the Live Local Act and new and innovative technologies being implemented to try to make sure that we have affordable housing or workforce housing here in Palm Beach County. However, that's not enough. We do have to deal with the mental health capacity, our mental health part of this. We also have a student population and the changing face of homelessness just because of the high cost of living here has become, it's not just those who have a substance abuse problem or those who are mentally ill or those who have been formerly incarcerated. It's also those who have been a family, those who are seniors who have unfortunately lived longer than the money that they had saved, or these scam techniques that individuals are using to take money from seniors or even to purchase their homes and leave them homeless. These are real problems. And there's been issues where seniors may have sold their homes thinking that they can live in an apartment, and the rent has tripled and they can no longer afford to stay there. And unfortunately, being, a greeter at a box store may not be sufficient to pay $2,000 and $3,000 worth of rent per month on a minimum wage salary. So we have to look at innovative strategies and techniques to make sure that people can live here in Palm Beach County. Fortunately, we did fund Sadowski this year. People will tell you, oh, we fully funded Sadowski. That's only because it's halfway funded when we changed the formula I say we, but at the part of the legislature, the formula was changed a couple of years ago, and one part of it deals with sustainability and another part deals with housing. We really have to focus on making sure that people can afford to live here in Palm Beach County. We continue to build, which I think is a great thing. However, we're building places that people can't afford. And that becomes problematic because you're seeing more and more people who are stressed out, who are homeless, and who are doing things to try to make sure that ends meet. And unfortunately, that leads to crime, that leads to people being homeless, that leads to a lot of other issues that we just have to have a holistic set of services to try to wrap around to deal with. And sometimes it just doesn't work. I've seen it. People have called my office. Nobody has called my office about we need to ban more books in school because kids are reading these books. Nobody's called my office for that. No. Nobody has called my office because, too many people are having babies and we want to stop them from having babies, so we need to do an abortion ban at 6 weeks. Nobody has called my office. They've called my office against that
Yeah, I was
abortion
gonna
ban.
say.
They haven't called my office to, restrict people from not having abortions or health care for women. But people have called my office continuously every single day because they cannot afford to live here in Palm Beach County. And we're facing a crisis where young people who are graduating from college, entry-level jobs, the business community, they're having a hard time offering positions to people because when they see how much it costs to live and what you'd make, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You cannot afford to pay rent and buy groceries and buy gas or pay your car note or pay your car insurance. It just doesn't work. We talk about the price of insurance as well. All of these things roll up to make sure that housing is not affordable here in the state of Florida, especially here in Palm Beach County.
Thank you. That's the kind of perspective that's super helpful. And as we talk about, what we could potentially invest in as a community, we don't want to double duty. If those services are already being addressed, we want to make sure that, if we do this, our dollar really gets carried as far as it can. And we're not going to be efficient if we're covering a service that's already covered by someone else. And you guys have you have a really good pulse, especially on funding and what programs are working and what's out there as a whole. And, it's really important to keep that perspective because you're getting those calls much like we are, I'm sure. And, as much as there are mailers attacking the homeless and passing that rhetoric that's anti that community, the reality is there's a lot of people who are concerned. Like you said, they're one Social Security check away from living in their car or something. So, looking forward to hearing more.
Well, thank you so much. And like I said, give us the invitation. And myself and my colleagues are more than happy to join you because we can work together to resolve this. Together we can, and that's the only way things get done.
Thank you so much. Ms.
welcome.
Malega.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Senator Powell. I'm going to switch gears for a minute. You touched briefly on what I think is one of the most awful bills that's been passed in the state in a long time, and that is the ability for children to work 40 hours a week.
Ugh.
And as a child who barely graduated high school, I'm not ashamed to admit that, who grew up very financially challenged, if I would have had the opportunity at 16 years old to drop out and to help my grandparents pay for my two sisters, I would have done it. And I'm fearful of what we, and I say we as a community, are going to see in 2 years with our dropout rate. And our high school here has shot to stardom. I mean, our graduation rate, we have one of our best non-for-profits sitting in here right now in our best schools for the children, where the kids start out at pre-K and go all the way through 18. The graduation rate is above 90. We have Suits for Seniors. We have Path to College. We have great nonprofits in this city. But this bill is going to catapult my kids in my community who are already teetering on the fact of, why should I finish high school? Is there a recourse, or is there something that some guidance that you can help us with? And you're going to be on a county level, but I'm fearful of what's going to happen to our graduation rates and our dropout rates in the next 2 years with this bill. And this is the thing that keeps me up at night. And homelessness will always be an issue, but when you purposefully write legislation to dumb down society and oppress people, which is what this does, in my opinion, this is what the people need to know. Yes, we can talk about women's rights and healthcare, but when you're targeting a community that's already marginalized by other factors of the world, and you're tempting them to ruin their future, I just don't know, what can we do as local electeds? How can we help change this bill?
That's a really, really good question. One of the things that I would recommend as somebody who voted against that legislation is you have a voice, right? And what you said, your story is powerful to make sure that children understand and know that. But also, unfortunately, you cannot go into someone's home to tell them that exact same thing when they're facing the fact that rent has increased so much that a mom is working 3 jobs and has barely any time to spend with her children to even teach them. Luckily, fortunately, my daughter has got 2 parents who work. We do pretty okay. I can spend time with my daughter teaching her sight words. But some people are working 3 jobs.
They can't.
A single parent, they don't see their children.
They're
right?
exhausted.
And that becomes problematic. Also, some of the rhetoric is, who needs a college degree? I know a lot of people who've been successful without college degrees, or you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that. I'll tell you what college is. Fortunately enough, college is a breeding ground for some of your brightest people. And even if you're there and you get a degree in something that's not one of these technical degrees, you meet people who can take you to the next level. The brains are working on a college campus. Everybody's got a goal to be successful. That doesn't happen in high school. That doesn't happen when you're hanging out in the middle of the street and thinking, or the new thing that kids are is social media influencers, but the state's gonna stop that. Remember, this legislation works in tandem. Remember last year when the legislature passed legislation that prevented people who were undocumented from being able to work in the state of Florida?
Yeah.
17, 18, horrible bill. Yeah.
Now, you take that away, so you saw a lot of construction sites, you saw a lot of protests, you saw people walking off construction sites. So what do? Now you implement a new piece of legislation that will allow your children to work at construction sites if they're 16 or 17
It's
years old.
insane.
This is how the legislature comprehensively works together to tie things up, that if you're not paying attention, before you know it, it's changed the way the system works, and your children, 17, 18 years old, are now working on construction sites. They've been pushed into that life forever. And then at some point, the skill sets don't increase.
Right.
Artificial intelligence comes in. They don't have a no skill set. They have to figure out how to retrain on something else, and are forced into a life of poverty. Now, we do have opportunities, and a lot of these kids, if you do not finish high school, you do not have the same opportunities as somebody who's even had 1 year of college has. So now we're forcing individuals to not finish high school. Now, there's a lot of people who voted for this, Democrat and Republican, based on the fact of your same story. We struggle, right? If I had the opportunity to help my mother or my grandmother, I would do it to make sure. But my parents, let's say, for example, my mom was disabled. My dad worked construction, and there were some times that we struggled. But because my parents were who they were, they would not let me work to make sure that I'm making ends meet for the house, because they felt that it was important that I got my education. But not everybody feels that same way when you're trying to make ends meet. My parents made sure they protected me. My parents did things like they never put a light bill in my name or a phone bill, or they never tried to damage my credit. But that's not everybody's story. You know, that's not everybody's story. So we have to be the ones that talk to these individuals and talk to these people to prevent as much as we can, because I don't think the legislatures.
Is there
gonna do
anything
it.
that we can do on a local level? Because we talk about the fact that, when we have funding here, my theory is like, I always tell these kids, they are the future of this city.
Right.
And we always say, you will be sitting up here one day. So is there anything that we as electeds, or even the people, the residents and listening, that we can do to encourage our kids to stay in school? And is there anything that we can do, recourse, if our dropout rate does start to soar and we do start to see this? Is there anything that the governments, the school board could even do for that matter?
File legislation and work with your state reps and your state senators, if that starts to happen, to reverse course. The legislature has done it before and can do it again to reverse course.
So we just have to keep an eye on the
You have to
rate,
keep an
on
eye
what our
on it.
numbers are.
And, it all shifts when you get a new governor. You got an opportunity to get a new governor in 2 years. And what does that governor focus on? You know, you had a governor a few years ago who focused on jobs, jobs, jobs. And I can tell you strategically, that governor, when it came to education, wanted to get rid of a lot of arts and humanities types of courses so that people who got jobs would have jobs in the high-tech STEAM type environments
Right.
where they would make money. Now you have a governor who's not focused on that. You have a governor who's more focused on culture wars. And this drives and shifts what the state looks like. People say, well, elections don't matter. Elections absolutely matter.
Yeah.
What happens in 2 more years when you get a new governor, who will that be? And what his focus will be will drive.
Or hers.
somewhat-
Or hers, I was
what
gonna
her-
say. Yeah, you
what
know,
his or her focus.
we had to.
Hopefully it's a her, right? I got an idea who I think it should be. I'll tell you all later. Fintress.
You're scaring her.
It should be Mimi May. No, but-
Mimi May.
But the idea is, we have to make sure that the governor drives that conversation, and then having the opportunity to converse with the governor. Each governor has an idea and a place of where he or she wants to go. And we have to try to deal with it. I was gonna say he, she, or even they or them now, but we can't say that in Florida.
So,
Right.
so we could,
Banned.
if we watch the numbers, especially at Palm Beach County, we can go to our school board and ask to meet with the legislature and reverse this
Absolutely.
legislation. Okay.
Good.
Everything that is done in Tallahassee, we can fix, but we have to do it in Tallahassee.
Right.
Okay.
We have to file legislation, fight it. Nothing's unreversible.
And I
Thank
just,
you.
yeah, and in terms of, your question, Ms. Malega, about, I spend a fair amount of time at the high school with the band and now the ROTC. And I'm going to tell you that the personal contact, that just like, the mayor came and talked, right? The mayor
right.
came and talked to us. It makes a difference. I think that personal, I would love all of us, and you're in school all day with kids, but the more that we can reach out, and I know our colleagues have as well gone out to the middle school and worked those, and I tell them every time, it's like, you are the business people, the business, everybody in our future, with everything working against them. Keep the kids working and stupid and uneducated, and it's much easier to govern. And that seems to be the focus these days. But the more contact we can have, the more exposure we can give our kids to the outside world, and that's one of the things I'm trying to do, is it helps them and broaden their horizons, broaden what is possible in their lives. So thank you for your work.
You're more than welcome. Thank you all for the opportunity
Yeah.
to present today. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Ms. Malega, you're up. Proclamation regarding Haitian Heritage Month.
I am up.
You're up.
Hold, please. It's that time of the day. Shut up, Ramsey. Whereas May has historical and cultural traditions that are honored by Haitians around the world, and whereas May is the month in which a historic pact signed by the Black and mulatto officers occurred, which led to the creation of the Haitian flag on May 18, 1803, and Haiti's independence on January 1, 1804, when Haiti became the first Black independent country in the world. And whereas the Haitian Revolution was the forerunner of modern anti-colonial movements throughout the Third World. And whereas Haiti celebrates May 1st as Labor and Agricultural Day, a day when workers, peasants, and artisans celebrate together. And whereas Haitians honor their mothers on the last Sunday in May by wearing red flowers if their mothers are still alive, and white or purple flowers if their mothers have passed. And whereas many religious celebrations in Haiti occur during the month of May, known as Haitian Catholics as the month of Mary, the mother of Jesus. And whereas the Haitian community contributes greatly to the rich history, culture, and diversity of the city of Lake Worth Beach, and whereas the Haitian community of Lake Worth Beach has established and distinguished itself through the efforts of many organizations, businesses, and community participation. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach and the Haitian community share in the belief that the contributions and the participation of all people from all cultures and backgrounds is what makes Lake Worth Beach a great city. Now, therefore, she, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by the virtue of authority vested in her, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Haitian Heritage Month, in witness whereof I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed this 7th day of May 2024.
Thank you very much. Come on up. It's picture time? What? All right. I worked all through high school. I worked all through high school. I went to school too, right? I didn't work 40 hours.
That's the thing, you can have an after-school job for
Yeah.
like 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
But that's a little different than working a 40-hour job.
Or, and it's insane. It's insane. Well, exactly, right? Yeah. I was a short order cook, and then I worked in a hospital.
Like after-school programs.
When I turned 18, I could work after 11, so I got to work the 11 to 7 shifts and go to college during the day and bring my mom to work and the kids to school. I was. Actually, I wasn't. All right, what? I turned it up actually earlier. All right, good evening, everyone. Next up, we have, I will do this one. Historic preservation. Do we have someone to get the historic preservation besides Wes Blackman and Mr. Will? Oh, yeah, here we go.
We got a
Great, great,
posse.
great. All right. Wes, you should come up too because you're such an integral part. Whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach has adopted a historic preservation program that is designed to preserve, protect, and bring awareness to our unique historic resources, which represent defining elements of the city's cultural and social identity, and that serve as visible reminders of the city's vibrant heritage. And whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for managing growth and sustainable development, while also revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character. And whereas cities and neighborhoods, including those that are historic, are never static, and historic preservation takes a holistic approach, considering the built environment's historic integrity, character, and usefulness while allowing for compatible new development. And whereas historic preservation is relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for Americans of all ages, walks of life, and all ethnic backgrounds. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals who help preserve the tangible aspects of our built environment that have shaped us as a people. And whereas People Saving Places is the theme for National Preservation Month 2024, to shine a spotlight on everyone doing the work of saving places in big ways and small. And whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach continues to demonstrate its commitment to preserving our past while planning for an economically and ecologically sustainable and resilient future. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as National Historic Preservation Month and Lake Worth Beach Historic Preservation Month. And I call upon the City of Lake Worth Beach to join their fellow citizens across the United States in recognizing and participating in this special observance. And I have signed it on the 7th day of May, 2024.
All right.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, I would. It's William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. And it's interesting that the theme is People Saving Places, because we are in the most momentous month in the history of my being here, and probably in the past 20 years, that the Gulfstream Hotel is finally underway. The The groundbreaking is next Tuesday at 4 o'clock.
May 14th.
We have approved all the zoning approvals for and things for the restoration of the current building. There is a Zoom meeting on Thursday to go over some minor elements for the building permit, which will be issued fairly shortly after those were addressed. And so, and it took this team and a whole bunch of other people across the CRA and the city to get us to where we are, and it's just a super exciting way to celebrate this May 2024.
Could you introduce your team to
Yeah,
us?
we have Annie Greening, who is soon going to be promoted to be one of our principal planners. Yen Tarife, who is our preservation planner, and Scott Rodriguez, who's our assistant director for planning and preservation.
And of course, Wes Blackman, resident historian.
And then Elizabeth Linehan is our representative from the city clerk attorney's office for preservation.
Thank you very much. Do we want to have a picture? Let's get a picture.
Sure. Try to get you publicity.
I tried that, there's no plug.
I'm not having. I got 900 plugs.
Oh, yeah, you've got the wine cooler. All right, my little,
Next up, Mental Health Awareness Month by Mimi May.
all righty. I apologize for not having more little green pins. I had, I think, 40 of them, but I've handed them out. Mental health is important, very important to me because my brother suffers greatly with mental illness, and it's very difficult. So I wanted to, I asked the mayor if I could read this one. So, whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and everyone experiences times of stress and struggles in their lives. 1 in 4 adults and 1 in 5 youth ages 13 to 18 experience serious mental illness. And whereas 60% of adults and 50% of youth do not receive the treatment necessary for their mental health needs due to limited or no knowledge of the need, barriers to care, or fear and shame. And whereas research recognizes that adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, which include but are not limited to physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, physical and emotional household dysfunction, untreated mental illness or incarceration of a member, domestic violence, and separation or divorce involving household members, are traumatic experiences that can have a profound effect on a child's developing brain and body and can result in poor physical and mental health during childhood and adulthood. And whereas community understanding and available supports and services can greatly impact a person's ability to handle their stress and struggle and move forward. And whereas promoting mental health and wellness leads to higher overall productivity, better educational outcomes, lower crime rates, stronger economies, lower healthcare costs, improved family life, improved quality of life, and increased lifespan. And whereas studies show that the effects of ACEs are felt by people regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or socioeconomic status. And whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, faith-based organization, nonprofit agency, and citizen shares accountability for the community's mental health needs and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and support prevention efforts. And whereas the importance of attending to mental health has become even more pronounced in the past few years due to COVID-19, political and social unrest, and the resulting economic crises, where isolation, sickness, grief, job loss, food instability, and loss of routines has increased the need for mental health services. And whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach recognizes the impact of awareness and education, access to services, and acceptance of the importance of mental health and well-being to a person's overall success, and supports the implementation of trauma-informed approaches throughout the systems of care. Now therefore, she, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in her and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness and Trauma-Informed Care Month. In witness thereof, she has unto set her hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be affixed this 7th day of May 2024.
Thank you very much. I don't know where the, is,
Carmel.
oh, Ms. Carmel, come on up. Don't sit down for long. Okay, now this one is in our very own City Hall. This is a proclamation. Oh, no, the next one is Days of Remembrance. Mr. Diaz is going to be reading the May 5th to 12th, Days of Remembrance.
Yeah, City of Lake Worth Beach proclamation, whereas the U.S. Congress established Days of Remembrance, a week-long commemoration of the Holocaust, which is observed every year in April and May. This year, it will be observed from May 5th to May 12th, 2024, including the International Day of Remembrance, known as Yom HaShoah. And whereas the Holocaust was the state-sponsored, systematic persecution and annihilation of European Jewry by Nazi Germany and its collaborators between 1933 and 1945. Jews were the primary victims. 6 million were murdered. Gypsies, the handicapped, and Poles were also targeted for destruction or decimation for racial, ethnic, or national reasons. Millions more, including homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, Soviet prisoners of war, and political dissidents, also suffered grievous oppression and death under Nazi tyranny. And whereas the history of the Holocaust offers an opportunity to reflect on the moral responsibilities of individuals, societies, and governments, and whereas the days of remembrance have been set aside for the people of the City of Lake Worth Beach to remember the victims of the Holocaust, as well as to reflect on the need for respect of all peoples. And whereas violent anti-Semitism and hatred did not end with the defeat of Nazi Germany, it is important to stand up to anti-Semitism in all its forms today. And whereas, due to the extreme rise in anti-Semitism today, we, the people of the City of Lake Worth Beach, should always remember the terrible events of the Holocaust, remaining vigilant against hatred, persecution, and tyranny, and should actively rededicate ourselves to the principles of individual freedom in a just society. Now, therefore, she, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in her and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim May 5th through 12th, 2024 as Days of Remembrance. In witness whereof, she has hereunto set her hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed this 7th day of May, 2024. This is, of course, a super important one, especially these days on all sides. You know, it's disconcerting to hear how people often talk about communities, you know, especially recently, given what's happened going on. And Day of Remembrance has always been something as kind of a reminder so that we can learn from our past mistakes and make sure that we don't, allow that kind of behavior and and those thoughts to occur in any community. And it kind of reminds me of back when I used to spend a lot of time in DC going back and forth for work. One of the best, and I almost hate to describe it as the best, but one of the most, let's call it one of the most powerful and impactful museums is the Holocaust Museum in DC. And it's honestly something that everyone needs to go and experience because they need to be reminded that this sort of thing has happened, can happen, and sadly probably will happen in our world's history.
From your lips to God's ears. Thank you so much. Now,
I actually came for that one
oh,
as well.
yep, thank you.
And today is Yom HaShoah.
Yeah,
Holocaust Remembrance Day.
yep.
No, thank you.
But now, the City of Lake Worth Beach Proclamation. Whereas the International Institute for Municipal Clerks initiated Municipal Clerks Week in 1969, which was endorsed by all of its members in the United States, Canada, and 15 countries as a time of celebration and reflection on the importance of the clerk's office. In 1984, President Reagan signed a proclamation officially declaring the first week of May as Municipal Clerks Week. When whereas the Florida Association of City Clerks was established in 1972 to promote and develop the educational and professional status of Florida city clerks and works in conjunction with the IIMC to provide certified municipal clerk and master municipal clerk certification for city clerks. And whereas this organization strives to help increase the efficiency of city clerk functions, increase cooperation and assistance with city administrators, gather and disseminate information to improve procedures, and improve the efficiency of the administration of municipal government. And whereas the FACC currently has 616 members in 7 districts throughout the state and is proud to have one of the largest certification programs in the country with 215 certified municipal clerks and 132 master municipal clerks among its members. Now therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, by virtue of the authority vested in me and behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim May 5th through the 11th, 2024 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week. And I have signed it and you have sealed it. We have, people do not understand the importance of the role of the city clerk. We do, and the longer we're up here, the more we learn, but nothing, it's like there's an old saying, if it doesn't get written down, it didn't happen. That's the city clerk, the keeper of all things. And we have wonderful, are you your master's? Yes, I
got
thought,
my Master Municipal Clerk certification last October.
that's right.
And Shayla got her Certified Municipal Clerk designation in February of 2023.
We have a very professional group, and we are so grateful for everything that you do for us.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk, can you say that into the microphone so people listening at home can hear what you just said? Because that's something to celebrate, and I want everyone to hear it.
Yes, so Shayla Ellis is the Deputy City Clerk, and she received her CMC, which is Certified Municipal Clerk, in February of 2023. I got mine in March of 2020, right before we shut down for COVID. And I achieved my MMC, my Master Municipal Clerk designation, which only 10% of clerks in the entire world have.
Wow.
I got that in October of last year.
We are very proud and grateful for you guys work really hard. Do we want a picture? Of course. Let's get a picture. It's my exercise plan.
I did, I sent it out so long ago. Thank you. Bye. Get back in. Hard.
No, I don't want to miss that.
says 7:20. Take one down, pass it around.
Kids version.
They're gone.
Do you want to take a bathroom break?
No, I can wait.
You can wait? Okay, okay. All right, now we have commission liaison reports. Oh, my God, I'm so sorry. Here we go, one more. Soil, all right, go ahead. Soil Awareness Week, and Commissioner McVoy asks to bring this forward.
Proclamation. Whereas soils are an essential and non-renewable natural resource, the foundation of 95% of global food production, the basis of feed, fuel, and fiber production, and help regulate emissions of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. And whereas soils, as the largest terrestrial pool of carbon, provide invaluable ecosystem services, including storage of water, nutrients, and carbon. And whereas soils, and especially soil organic matter, annually clean tens of thousands of cubic kilometers, that's a lot of water each year. Sam, you got that? Good, thank you. Whereas despite being typically only a small percent of the soil volume, soil organic matter, the dark material, is the key component to maintaining soil health, being responsible for storage of water, storage of plant available nutrients, removal of contaminants, and reduction of surface water runoff. And whereas the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and many other organizations around the world have sounded the alarm that fully 1/3 of global soils are already moderately or highly degraded. Whereas even urbanized areas can have important extents of soils, and whereas appropriate municipal policies directly and favorably affect urban soils, urban stormwater runoff, flood control, and municipal water supplies. Also, policies including promotion of native landscaping and xeriscaping, active promotion of shade trees, and wise management and regulation of lot coverage, irrigation, fertilization, and living ground cover. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach is a coastal city, subject with above average exposure to food insecurity, nutritional deficiencies, and the effects of climate change and sea level rise, and has a particular responsibility for the water quality of the bordering Lake Worth Lagoon. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach still has considerable area in front yards, backyards, and public lands that can contribute to increased soil health, food production, and carbon storage. And whereas an internationally active spiritual leader, Satguru, has joined with international organizations including the Food and Agricultural Organization, the UN Environmental Program, the UN World Food Program, and the European Union to raise worldwide awareness of soil importance, soil degradation, and opportunities for soil restoration. Now therefore, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, by virtue of the authority invested in her and on behalf of our City Commission, do hereby proclaim May 5th through 11th, 2024 as Soil Awareness Week. And I'd like to say that we have Lomush Mahabir here in the room as representative of Isha and encouraging us to be active in soil conservation, preservation here in the city of Lake Worth.
Thank you. What's Isha?
What's Isha? Let Lomush, Isha is an international spiritual organization. International spiritual organization that has taken on a number of issues, including that. Sure.
Actually, I'm not the spokesperson for Soil, but it was founded by Isha. So Save Soil World International Day, actually it's March 21st. That is the proclamation that we requested to, I don't know what happened, but anyway, thank you very much for making it Awareness Week, and
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you
Thank
said,
for coming.
what was the proclamation you asked for?
March 21st,
Is what day?
the World International Save Soil Day.
Was the Safe Soil Day?
Yeah.
That was what you'd asked for. Okay, thank you.
Well, we're trying to make it up to you. Thank you very much.
Sure, let's get a
Who's
picture.
going to take the proclamation?
We'll give it to Lomush.
Might as well.
Don't go away.
Unmistakable laugh.
We ever do Secret Santa gift exchange? I would love.
Just saying, huh? Full disclosure, I am a soil scientist, so
Yes.
a little bit
yes.
of vested interest there, but
Yeah.
more a concern for it.
Okay, commission liaison reports and comments. Let's start with District 1 today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Couple things I want to say thank you to Dave McGrew and the tree board for the fun tree planting that we did on Arbor Day. We did it over at the gymnasium, put in 2 nice trees, learned a lot that day. What I learned is that I know now why all my plants die. We plant them wrong. So thank you for the education. Also was honored to be a judge at the Bryant Park annual fundraiser for Derby Day, along with Commissioner May and Commissioner Diaz. We had fun. Royal Poinciana Neighborhood Association had their very first taco crawl on Cinco de Mayo, and it was a blast. They highlighted all the restaurants on the west side of Dixie, and it was a scavenger hunt. You had a walking map, and you had to find the logo, and Miss Carla was there, and we had a blast. And they're going to do it every year on Cinco de Mayo, which I'm super excited about. Got good food. It was a $20 donation to the neighborhood. It was a lot of fun. Coming up this week, tomorrow is the Hometown Housing Hero Luncheon, which is where they spotlight all the hometown heroes who are focusing on housing in Palm Beach County, CRA, the CLCs, the Habitat for Humanity, all the partners that come together, and they really recognize the ones that are moving the needle. This year, Joan and the CRA are up for an award, so keep your fingers crossed. Suits for Seniors, their graduation, their suiting is this coming Saturday, where they will suit all of the seniors as they're part of their graduation with a brand-new suit so they can go out into the world, well-dressed, well-versed, and extremely professional.
Is that in Lake Worth High School?
No, it is at the Palm Beach College this year.
But our kids are
Our kids, yep, our kids are going to be part of it. It's all the schools this year is
Oh,
what
okay.
they've done. They used to do it every high school. You had to go to a different day. This year, they're doing it at the Palm Beach State College, all the kids at one time. And speaking of high school graduation, the 17th, our high schoolers are graduating at 6 p.m. So if you have time, if you can show a little love to the high school seniors graduating from Lake Worth High, that will be a very long night, but
They
it'll
can't
be.
go.
Huh?
The public can't show up.
No, but they can still show love to the high school students.
Yes, they can.
Social media, stop by, drop off some food. Kids love food. But I'm really excited. It's one of the things about being a commissioner is to stand up there and say congratulations 598,000 times. It's just, but to see these kids, their eyes are so full of hope and excitement. And half the time I'm crying and my makeup's running because you can just see that they're excited to get out into the world. And the mayor always makes comments on the shoes that the girls wear, which is always entertaining. So that will be on the 17th, starting at 6 p.m. So congratulations to all our high school seniors who are graduating from Lake Worth High.
Thank you. Commissioner McFoy.
Yes, thank you. I've just 3 items. The mayor asked me to bring back some information from the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. We had a presentation there by WGI, which is an engineering firm, large engineering planning firm in this area that we work with for our mobility plan and parking plan and a number of other things. They gave us a presentation on city adaptability, which they distinguish a little bit from resilience. They point out that resilience and planning for resilience is planning for things that you know are coming, that you already have an idea. And maybe this is a fine point, but I think it's not unimportant. they made a distinction that adaptability means planning for the things that you don't know are coming. Thinking ahead to how can you strengthen yourself as a city, given that a lot of people feel like this is a period in human history that has a lot of change to it and of things that we have not necessarily seen before at a number of different levels. So WGI has developed a tool, free tool that they make available and they do trainings with, that allows cities to self-evaluate their level of adaptability. They do meetings with all the department directors and have a series of questions. It's not a very lengthy process, but they've found that it's pretty helpful. They've done it internationally. They've done it with a number of cities, both outside of the U.S. and inside, so that they, anonymize the information so it's not disclosing things that a city might not want to disclose, but it allows you to look at your own city and put it in context of other places, which to me makes a lot of sense. So the mayor I mentioned this in a Facebook post, and the mayor had suggested bring some information back on it. I would encourage us to do the process. WGI will facilitate it. I suspect it's a few hours at some point. It would be, I don't know whether one does it with the elected officials as much as with the staff.
Bless you.
But the things that I heard from them is that interesting things to come out, that cities learned that often they had more adaptability and things in place than they thought. And sometimes different departments would find out more about what other departments were doing that they didn't know before that from looking at a different perspective. So I think it's a good idea. I'd encourage us to try it. It's free. It's obviously an investment of staff time, and that's important. But I think it, especially since postal, I think it's worth perhaps the exercise. The second comment or point that I wanted to talk about a little bit was we read a proclamation on Holocaust Remembrance Day, and I mentioned to the mayor that that's personal for me. My mother grew up in the Netherlands. She grew up when the Netherlands was occupied by the Germans. I grew up spending a lot of time with my grandmother there, and being aware of some of the resistance activities that happened, learning of a friend of her sister who was shot as a resistance fighter by the Germans. I spent much later, as I think I mentioned in my invocation, 3 years in Germany. My father insisted that I learn German starting young, and spent 3 years in Germany as a postdoc at a university, and have spent a lot of time thinking about how does a culture, educated culture, go off the rails so drastically. And as I mentioned earlier, I do hope, and I think as Commissioner Diaz mentioned in reading the proclamation, there's nothing that says that things like that can't happen again. And there are plenty of people who have watched some of the tendencies in our own state, and at the national level, that for those of us who do study what has happened in Germany and in Europe, are very distressing, very concerning. I saw a recent comment in an Atlantic article that suggested that the level of disinformation that is promoted not only, well, they mentioned both disinformation coming out of Russia and China, but also internally with our own country, that part of the idea is just to get people, your average person, so overwhelmed with stuff that people start not caring. And that becomes very dangerous. And so I hope that, and that person's article mentioned that, about the only thing to fight back at that is us as individuals, and especially as leaders, of putting back on information, of asking questions. Where did you get, to our friends and neighbors and those around us, where did you get that information? How well do you trust the sources there? So I'd encourage all of us to be vigilant and active on those areas. And the final one is I again want to thank, we heard earlier from Senator Powell that the issue of homelessness and affordable housing and the interties between those two is very much present in our minds here in Palm Beach County, in our minds here in Lake Worth. And I want to thank Vice Mayor Malega for having in previous discussions indicated that she would be open to the idea of us setting aside up to maybe $1 million, maybe more, I don't know, $1 million of our remaining ARPA money to address some of those issues, provided that we're not overlapping and duplicating services that other people are doing. Of course, that makes sense. And there was direction from the commission last week that I go ahead and meet with the county to talk at county and also a large nonprofit, the Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network, CEFBEN, I think. And I did that on Friday with Dr. James Green from Community Services with the county. His assistant very sensibly suggested that Tammy Fields as county administrator, Wendy Lippert, formerly with Adopt a Family, which we know here, now with also Community Services, and Alicia Reno from CEFBEN, we all met, and it was clear that the sense that we had here on the commission, I think that the need is way bigger than the available resources. And so anything that we can contribute is welcomed by the county, and the county is very eager to work with us and cooperate. There are some efforts with working with Lois Frankel's office to bring in some federal money as well. I think we'll be getting some further information on that in the future, but there's definitely an interest and an openness to work with the city of Lake Worth. There's a recognition that we are somewhat of a hotspot for these issues, and an appreciation that we're willing to at least consider setting aside some of our funding to possibly put toward that. So, thank you.
Thank you. District 3.
All righty. So I am the liaison to the NAPC, and the meeting was this Saturday. So there was actually just presentations, which was kind of nice. The first one was Renee Miller and her husband, Paul, thank you. Renee and Paul Miller, and they came and they spoke at great length about the WMOTA project. And they were in town and they met with a lot of the stakeholders within the city. I'm really excited for that project. She did share two things that I thought was really interesting. The first is on May 22nd, there will be a charrette. You had to sign up online, and it is closed now, but there will be, I'm hoping that there will be more seats open. It's at the Hatch. I would propose.
Excuse me, Commissioner May. Sir, can you pay attention? There's something going on with your vehicle outside. There's a person doing something to the top of it. Sorry.
What? Okay, no, sorry, that's okay.
It's going to be televised.
It is going to be, I know, I can see that it's going to be live streamed on YouTube. Maybe if we did it at the casino, we could have more people there.
I know that the CRA Executive Director Leva said she did add another 30 spaces yesterday, but it's one of those things that there's only so much space available
Sure,
in
yeah.
the hatch.
Okay, so that's going to happen on May 22nd, and I'm sure that if there's people have more things to add, that they can always email them. They have set up a website specifically for the project in Lake Worth Beach, as well as a designated email address. The second thing that they talked about was, and this is great news as a city, is that they're not going to use their nonprofit status in, basically they're going to pay. So they're not going to use the nonprofit status when, I don't know exactly how the laws work, but they're paying taxes. So we like that. You know, as a city, we want them to come here, but we don't want to have to give up the farm to get them here. So I'm really grateful for that. The second thing we had was a presentation from Nilsa, last name? Thank you. And she was talking, I was told, don't bring your phone, but now I can't remember anything. So anyway, she was talking about the open space and the recreation master plan, and there's a survey, and I've been asked by Carla to share that with you. It is a rather lengthy survey. It is available in 3 languages, and I would say just do the best that you can and share the information that you have personal knowledge about. And, you know, once we have some feedback and once we start to have a plan, it allows us to go after grants and it allows us to gather funding to, you know, maximize our open spaces for the residents of the city. The third thing, and I did go to the Bryant Park, not Bryant Park, Bryant Park today. I also went to the taco crawl, which was fabulous. It was so fun. I really like the fact that the Royal Poinciana neighborhood is now really coming out of its shell and sharing, and, you know, being able to support the other neighborhoods has been fabulous. The 4th of July theme is set. The theme is A Race to Paradise, a tribute to Jimmy Buffett. And there will be 8 days of shenanigans, 8 days of celebrations, mayhem.
Chaos.
Each one of the evenings is at a different location throughout the city, and each one has a song theme, and each one you get swag. So 2 things. One, if your neighborhood is interested in hosting the games and running the games for one of the evenings, we would greatly be welcoming that. The other thing is we want to make sure that everybody feels welcome and that, you know, we tried to stretch it as far as we could, but the problem was we know that it's going to be 100 people. So that does limit the locations that we can go to. But I will have that and it will be out on the NAPC website. So that's the update that I have from the NAPC, and I think that's enough out of me. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Diaz?
Thank you for sharing those. You know, things like charrettes are such a critical tool for land use issues. And, you know, and I'm just going to come out and say, in most communities, turnout is usually, you know, booking an entire charrette is not a common thing. So it's pretty amazing that our community does that, because usually, you know, with things like surveys and charrettes and whatnot, you want as many people to participate as often and as thorough as they can, and that generally is not the case. So it's as frustrating as it is that the registration closed so quickly for the charrette, it's also pretty amazing to hear that that's the case. So that's really exciting. So thanks for sharing.
We can make them do the survey.
And then do the survey.
We have a very involved citizenry.
Not a bad idea. Yeah. We've had a bunch of meetings, but it's been a while since we did a report, and I'm trying. So the I guess one thing that I've done citywide. So at our last TPA governing board meeting, which was a couple weeks ago, there were some good things, but the main thing that stood out for us is we're able to add an amendment to the transportation improvement program, which basically just was $157,000 for railroad safety right here on Lake Avenue, or over there on Lake Avenue, right next to Hatch. And, you know, it's another project to the systemic soiree of construction that we're having to endure. And I know it is painful at times, but in a lot of ways, it's ripping off the Band-Aid. And hopefully in a year or two, when this construction is over, we're going to look back. And
So optimistic.
we're going to look back and realize that the roads are nice and smooth, and we're just going to forget about sitting in traffic for all these weeks. But
Good luck to us on that.
much needed and long overdue work. So it is really exciting. And that railroad safety, you know, this railroad crossing has had its issues. It's not worse than others throughout the community, throughout Palm Beach County and the state. You know, as we know, railroad crossing safety is it's a major issue everywhere, and it's something that luckily is getting addressed, at least by us at the TPA. Other than that, you know, the Derby Days was really fun to judge. It was, you know, riveting work doing that kind of voting. Contentious, highly contentious, but we pulled through and we can talk to each other. in full sunshine because it was really hot. Definitely blaring sun. So that was fun. And in other events, shout out to Mel and Vinny, who at a last minute, we had some things that needed to be addressed at the library, which happened. So they moved their Pete Seeger's birthday celebration to Osborne Community Center, and it worked out great because it was a really good spot, and they had a lot of people, 30, 40 people, which is great, and they had quite a few musicians. It was a really fun event, and I really appreciate when members of the community like Mel and Vinny really do a lot of work to bring that stuff together. So it's always good to support that. And then after that, 2 events on the same night, she left, but Leisure Services put together a really nice movie at Harold Grimes Park, and I took Aldo, and we saw part of Willy Wonka. It was really good. As hot as it is during the day, we still have our evenings. Go out and enjoy your walks then.
Before it's too late.
Yeah.
That's it? Okay, thanks. I don't have much. I missed all the fun last weekend because I went away on a week's vacation. We just went away. I actually read a novel. It was amazing.
Was it the
No, I
budget?
didn't finish it. It's a 1,300-page book, and I got to page 800.
And it wasn't our budget?
And it wasn't our budget, it was just fun stuff, the history of London. So, and thank you for the keeping up the work while I was gone. The new playground at the beach is open, which is lovely. It's got a little cover, so it's not all hot and messy. I had the pleasure about 2 weeks ago of hosting a senior luncheon for the ROTC kids at Lake Worth High School. I'm very involved with the band, as a lot of people know, and the ROTC kids were feeling left out. So every year now, while I'm mayor, I'm going to sponsor a luncheon for the kids that are graduating, the ROTC kids. And every time I go to that school, every time I talk to those kids and just be around them, it's so exciting. I mean, you think 17 years old, they have so much in front of them. It's overwhelming. And it is a way to reach out to the kids, and they are any attention that they can get from adults in the community. And I say this to everybody. Meet these kids. They're fabulous. There's a leadership committee that I'm a member of at the high school, and in June 14th, we're having a leadership day for about 20 to 30 kids up at the casino with different seminars about how to write a check, that dates me, but how to do things, practical things. We're having lunch for them. And again, just give them more opportunities, expand their horizons a little bit. The groundbreaking for the Gulfstream, May 14th at 4 o'clock. Cannot even believe it. So exciting. We're all very, very excited about that. I hear there's a tree giveaway coming up this weekend or next weekend. Someone's giving away trees. And whoever's giving away the trees, I just want to say, I just hope there's follow-up. I hope there's planting instructions, because you can give away a tree, but if it's not the right tree for the place, and if it doesn't get followed up on, the tree doesn't get treated right, and it becomes, please just have some follow-up on those tree giveaways. I have wonderful trees in my yard from getting them 25 years ago. The Palm Beach County League is doing well. The museum, the WMDOA, these people are doing it right. It's amazing. They have listened to us so well and are reaching out to us so well. The charrette, but also they've had, they do a monthly, I think, update to the CRA. They are going to pay their taxes, which thank God. And they want to they're looking at it as an opportunity to have this amazing museum, but also it's not just, hey, let's have a museum. It's how can this museum financially sustain itself? And that is just, they're looking at the whole package. The guy's a businessman, an art collector. So he's really looking at it with that practical view, and I'm very excited, and I just hope that can all work out. I want to congratulate them for so far doing it right. I think that's all I have for now.
I did forget one thing.
Okay, and I just want to say one more thing. City of Boca Raton, a friend of mine just texted me earlier today. The City of Boca Raton hired they have their own police department, and they hired an MSW. They just created a position in the city to have an MSW to the kind of thing that we're talking about. So we have the sheriff's office, so it's a little bit different, but I think, just along those lines, we need to, be the mental health thing. I have a friend who's very mentally ill, and I deal with her on a daily basis, and it is, there's nothing out there. It's really, really hard. So let's keep working on making life easier for some people. And that's all I have. Mr. City Manager.
I had
Oh,
actually
I'm
quick,
sorry, I'm
yeah. Thanks for bringing that last part out. I didn't know that, so that's really good to learn. It's always helpful to learn from our neighbors. But I'd be remiss to forget this one because I would be chastised if I get home. This week is Teacher Appreciation Week.
It is Teacher
And
Appreciation Week.
tomorrow I'll be volunteering at Lake Worth Middle to hand out food, and then on Thursday I'm donating with help from Brooklyn Water Bagels in Boynton to South grade teachers. Teachers are hungry; they need to eat,
fabulous.
and if you know teachers at home and up here, give them a pat on the back, give them some extra food because they are getting ready for testing. And,
I donated to that
stressful.
cause. I think it's the middle school, to a massage. So some teacher's going to get a massage. Not by me, of course. It's your day job? It's my day job. But we have an amazing massage therapist downtown, and I think a teacher would be a nice thing for a massage. So thank you very much. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, and I'll be celebrating teacher appreciation by taking out the trash tonight. Every time I arrive home late on a Tuesday night, and
really?
drive through the neighborhood and I see everyone's trash out, and I'm wondering, and there's never anything in front of my house, so. Actually, the five of you covered a lot of the things I already had on my list, but I'm kind of piggybacking on the WMOTA conversation. We had 105 reservations that were available for that evening on the 22nd. And that was after they added 30 more.
Oh, wow.
And then in addition to that, it's basically CRA and city staff. We do have weekly meetings. We have one on Thursday with the applicable city staff and CRA staff working directly with them, pushing this thing forward pretty quickly, making sure that everything's being taken into account. So pretty exciting what we're seeing so far. So that should be a very interesting charrette. Also, Mayor, you had mentioned the beach playground that is now open. Last weekend was actually very crowded, so it was good to see as well. Speaking up at the beach, lifeguard towers, the replacement of those. So the middle and the south tower are going to be done on May 16th, which is a week from this Thursday. Unfortunately, we do have to close that upper lot for about 8 hours. We will be running a shuttle, though, from the bottom lot to the top lot to get people up there, because it is an inconvenience. But instead of trying to move things around up there and still have people parking and have that stretch out to more than one day, it was just easier just to knock it all out in one shot. The north tower will be done on May 30th, 2 weeks after that. But that only means we're gonna have to shut down basically the northern portion. So again, not the easiest, but construction's never easy. These are things we have to get done though with those towers, getting those replaced and getting the old ones out of there. So that'll be good to get that done. We have notified all the tenants, so everyone's aware of what's going
How
on.
do they just drop them with a crane?
A very large crane has to come
Yeah.
up there. Very large crane. And then you have semis with everything else. So it's a lot of heavy equipment. So just kind of the logistics of making sure that food deliveries, all that stuff is done earlier and kind of working with the tenants. So just so you're aware, the 16th and the 30th, those lots will be, the top lot will be closed for a certain portion of time. On the regular meeting on May 21st, we do have the quarterly PBSO update. Following that presentation, we have Captain Foley from PBSO, who is actually the one who's heading up a county mobile response.
Good.
And obviously based on conversations we've had here in the past week or so, and what Senator Powell was talking about, very timely, and it's something that we need to, obviously have sooner than later. So it'll be interesting to actually hear that conversation, have them lay out what this countywide program is, the 20 response teams, 5 in each district and everything else. So I think that'll give us a pretty good insight on what that program is going to encompass and the fact that the whole part of the follow-up with the casing and everything else. So I think that'll give us an idea to actually identify what holes or where there may be an ability to kind of backfill that with community partners and stuff like that. So looking forward to that. So I wanted to make sure that kind of got wedged in there based on just timing.
Yeah.
We need to have that. Also, we've got Friday, May 31st, the cemetery historical marker celebrations. So that's going to actually take place at 6 p.m. on that Friday, and we'll have everything going out on social media and posting everything. And we're going to actually, even though there's a marker in each cemetery, we're going to have it installed that week. We're going to have the celebration down at IA Banks. Just the logistics of trying to get from one location to the other. If people are on bikes or walking or something, it was going to be too much to try to get from one to the other. So we're going to have that at IA Banks that day, which should be very fun. We also have the memorial ribbon cutting for Memorial Field, that CDBG project. We're looking at the June 11th date. We were looking today, we still have to coordinate with Wanda and all your schedules and your calendars to see if that works for everyone. If it doesn't, it'll be somewhere around that time frame based on your schedules. But we're looking to have that ribbon cutting for that CDBG projects because the before and after are pretty remarkable. What we're able to do with some of those CDBG funds we get each year. Speaking of that, the CDBG funds for this year, the Osborne Center, that work's going to start next week on the 15th. So that's going on as well. Sorry, I'm going on a little long here. I guess I'll end with the May 9th meeting, which is this Thursday. And we have 3 items on. We are going to finalize, we brought the beach RFQ that we discussed at the April 23rd meeting. We made the revisions based on some of the comments we had on the dais that night. We're going to bring that back and hopefully get a go-ahead to move forward with that and get that pushed out for solicitation. We also have the conversation on artificial turf, and we also have the Tree and Landscape Board attending to go over the RFQ, the scope they worked on for the tree planting and tree giveaway. So we can push that out as well and hopefully get someone on board for a 5-year contract or the 3-year and then the additional or 2. So I think that pretty much covers it with everything else you guys already mentioned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to bring up, when I had my one-on-one today with interim city manager Brown, it's been brought to my attention by some residents that there's a frustration that when we have a special city commission meeting that's at 5 p.m., which a lot of people are at work, and I asked them if we could keep with the regular set schedule, if it's a city commission meeting at 6 o'clock so people could attend. Workshops, maybe if they're longer, to change the time. But I don't know how the rest of the commission, but I did bring it to the interim city manager's attention that people are concerned that it's 5 o'clock, they're at work, especially some of these bigger conversations that we're having during these special meetings where there is public comment. So just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
I would agree with if it's a voting meeting and there's public comment, which I believe is true for all our special meetings.
Right.
I would agree. I don't know why we would make them at 5 and not at 6.
I have so much work to do because it takes a
Yeah,
long time
but
to do what we do.
That is a consideration, of course, but also, public participation, something.
I'm not saying, but there was a reason. It wasn't arbitrary to make it at 5 o'clock. It wasn't just some crazy idea. It was because we needed more time.
I mean, the only difference between a city commission meeting and a special meeting really is the day. It's not one of the ones that was originally scheduled, right? It's a specific meeting. But you can still do everything that you can do at a commission meeting at a special meeting.
Correct. Just just historically, the way it had been scheduled was the commission meetings were at 6, and any type of workshop or special meeting or stuff like that always fell at 5 o'clock. It's no issue from a staff standpoint. We can easily do them at 6.
I think 6 would be better.
Would you guys like us to push the Thursday meeting to 6? You want to start with this Thursday's meeting? Because
I just think that it's a heavy, it's big conversations that the residents want to have.
Madam Clerk, are you there?
She's probably going to tell us no, because it's not publicly noticed.
Well, yeah, I was wondering
What
as
about
far as
the
the notice time
Yeah.
frame. if
24
it's-
hours.
Yeah, but you're not starting it
Reasonable.
earlier.
Right.
So if people showed up at 5, they'd still not miss anything.
Hors d'oeuvres.
Madam
Yes,
Clerk,
Mr. City Manager.
did you hear the conversation?
Of course I heard the conversation.
Is there a possibility for, given the time frame between now and the start of the Thursday meeting, wanted to put it back an hour from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock? Is that a possibility?
Yes, it's a possibility. I mean, I can certainly change the notice, change it on the calendar, et cetera.
Okay. do we have consensus to do that? I think.
It shall be done.
It shall
So
be
Jamie's
done.
eyes twitching at
Thursdays-
me, he's like, really?
No, it's really no big deal. So Thursday's meeting will now be at 6 PM instead of 5 PM, and we'll make
Thank
sure that
you.
we push out all of the updated information, so people aren't sitting here for an hour.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
So just to make sure going forward, regular meetings will obviously stay at 6. Special meetings will be at 6.
Yep.
But work sessions will start at 5.
6. All meetings, I believe, will still be at 6, correct? Or do you want workshops?
Well, work sessions, there's no public comment.
Yeah.
So you
And they-
will keep
I mean,
those at
they're-
5?
Work session, well, the budget, that's
Yeah.
sort of, because it starts at 9 in the morning.
Yeah, right.
Okay. No problem.
And they can watch it.
So is that clear as mud, Melissa?
Especially all
Yes,
meetings
Madam Vice Mayor.
where we vote
Thank
are at
you.
6. Thank you. Okay, moving right along, we have the city attorney's report, and I see sunshine law, public records law, and ethics law. Should we take a potty break? Kind of, but we could do that. Let's take a break. Madam Clerk, we're going to take a quick break.
No.
All right, we're going to take a quick break.
might be more confusing. The exact problems is that, we're not. Bless you.
So many things in life don't. And what?
Breaks my heart, but I think that's okay.
That's okay. Right down by libraries, the area by the library. I almost wish we had a couple.
You know what I was thinking? You know what?
Outside.
The backside of where you store stuff. Like when we have events there, you have to go to the, that's not territory.
Yeah, I've changed many
Yeah, but you're gonna be changing adult diapers there soon.
And I mean, that's really one of the biggest complaints that I get from people that
So, Commissioner McCoy, you speak German still? Really?
I was back, the professor that I went over and worked with, a bunch of people had put together an event for his 80th birthday. And so it brought in a lot of people from other countries who'd worked with him as well as his former students. And I said, well, I haven't been back. I think that was the first time I was back since '94. And I was as surprised as other people were how comfortable it was to operate in Germany. Because I don't use it a whole lot. There have been periods where I'll
I never made it out of Cub Scouts.
Now it's getting warm in here. It's hot in here. No, I'm sorry. It's too hot in here now.
Now you're hot?
Yeah.
I think it's
Warm, yeah. It got warmer.
It is, but I kind of like it.
That's where I was all week.
I know I saw your pictures.
I just read. It was like, I read. I woke up, I had a cup of coffee.
I haven't
I hadn't read a book since 2 years ago when we went on vacation.
I know, I saw that.
This has your name on it and notice to me.
Well, that's the wrong, the clerk put that
Sure
there.
what the deal is there, but I'll take that and I'll give you this.
But no,
I have one in my office.
no,
It must be
this
for
is
you.
yours. It's a mistake. They gave you the wrong one.
I know, so give
Because,
me mine.
and she'll give
If
you,
I read this long enough, it'll turn into for
yeah,
McCoy?
yeah, it's like a
No, we're gonna
mind
start
meld
calling you
thing.
Mimi Mary.
Mimi. Hey, Mimi.
I must have yours, Chris,
Okay.
in my
Yep.
office.
Yeah, I think they just messed them up.
Because I didn't get it out here, it was in there.
Your office was locked, so she didn't have a place to put it, so she put it up here, is what happened.
There's more definitions.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
it is 8:16 and we are still live.
I think it's about time to go back to work, except Mr. Brown is off doing something, but I think he's right back there.
Lowering the temperature, maybe.
Okay. All right, so here we are. City Attorney's Report, brief though it may be.
Brief, yes. So in your packet, there is a presentation. It is a long presentation. It is based on the required 4-hour training for city, county, and local government officials on Sunshine Public Records and ethics. Our firm gave this presentation at a Treasure Coast League of Cities meeting last month, and so we are providing it to all of our clients so that you have the benefit of having that presentation, even though each of you will have your 4-hour training separately. This is not intended to be that training today.
Okay, so Ms. May will have that.
Ms. May will
In
have
person.
that training, either
Has everyone-
in person or online.
Has everyone had the in-person training? Yeah, okay, I thought so. Okay.
So this, because we did this for a Treasure Coast organization, it does not have the specific Palm Beach County ethics regulations, so your training would be a little bit different anyway.
Okay.
Because it would touch on Palm Beach County.
And we need to bear in mind, all of us, each one of us up here, that there is a requirement to go to ethics training every year, and I think that's not been completely, Halloween that's one of the opportunities. We do it every year, Halloween. But I'm told that not everyone's.
And you can dress up for it
been
at Halloween.
Well, we do have, I'm trying to talk to the witches, see if we can come and do a little entertainment. So that, okay. So, Ms. May is going to get a personal.
Correct. I
Okay.
will point out to you all on page 19 of the presentation, there is an update from a recent case where Judge Sicklin gave a clarion
Cory.
call to all elected officials in the state of Florida related to sunshine law. So just peruse that, it's fairly lengthy.
page?
I don't,
Page 19.
we don't have them.
When you get to
Okay.
it, but it's fairly lengthy. He did go on quite a bit in his opinion on how important this is and how the courts are really taking these violations seriously.
Good, as well they should. Judge Cory Sicklin?
That is all I have.
Sicklin. Okay, thank you very much. Now we're public participation of non-agenda items and consent agenda. If you want to speak, but you've not given me a blue card yet, you need to do that, but here we go. Jennifer Hudson. Oh, that's actually on a agenda item. Okay, Carla Boxon.
Carla Bloxon, 1802 Pierce Drive. The first thing I wanted to talk to you about is Thursday, May 9th's meeting, the special meeting of the Lake Worth City Commission. Thank you very much for moving it to 6 o'clock. That was going to be one of my concerns. I think that it's very important that the meetings start at 6 because those of us who are getting off work or trying to get our kids settled or fixing dinner, we just can't come at 5. So thank you for doing that. But this particular meeting, when you have a special meeting, you also have the right to make decisions. You also get to vote. I don't know if it was a special meeting, but it was certainly a meeting that wasn't a usual commission meeting where we decided to get rid of the city manager, because you had the power to do it. One of the things that you didn't have was enough public input. And so for this meeting, the discussion for the RFQ for development of professional services for the Lake Worth Beach Municipal Beach Complex, That's a big item, and that's going to affect everyone in the city, and I'm encouraging people to please show up for that meeting. Discussion for artificial turf. Whether you agree with artificial turf or you do not agree with artificial turf, or you feel that people should have the right to choose what they put in their own yard, you need to be at this meeting so you can speak your piece. The scope of services for the tree planting services recommended by the Tree and Landscape Board, that's also vital because we don't have enough tree shade in this city. So I'm encouraging not just the people in this room who usually show up, but the people who have a stake in this game. The stakeholders need to show up and say exactly how you feel about artificial turf, how you feel about the beach, because you are going to live with the decisions that this commission makes regarding those issues. So if you're going to live with the decisions, you should be at the table when they're making the decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Reese O'Malley? Really, thank you. You just have to say your name and your address.
Yeah, Reese O'Malley, 305 South C Street. Thank you for you guys. I'm not really sure if this is the correct forum to do this at, but so I have a Ring doorbell camera, and I was at work today and I looked at it at lunch. Somebody came by. Sorry, I'm a little
You're good.
flustered. But anyway, somebody came by to ask questions about my neighbor who I guess had hired a hitman to kill 2 people.
The lady?
I'm sure people have heard about it. I've called Lake Worth Police 100 times about this house, who I'm pretty much next to. They haven't really been able to do it, but I have 2 kids, so I'm kind of upset. But I've called them to try to get them to do something, and the people that live there have kids as well. Like, there's a lot of kids there. So somebody needs to do something, because it's gonna get worse. I mean, this is pretty crazy already to have somebody try to hire a hitman, but I just feel like it's gonna get worse. And I felt like if I didn't say anything, that I would be upset with myself later.
Sure.
So this is me saying something about this house that is a problem.
How do you feel about the response that you've gotten from the sheriff's office?
What's that?
How do you feel about the response that you've gotten from the sheriff's office?
Horrible. They said, oh, well, we can send more patrol out in the area, but that's about as much as we can do. They said unless there's a crime, happening right now,
Which,
that they can't do anything.
well,
I understand that, but
yeah.
yeah, it's always new people. The problem is it's an apartment, and there's 3 units on this side and 3 units on this side. There's always different people there.
What's the address of the place?
315 South Street.
315 South C? 315.
You're
Yeah.
at 305.
I'm at 305.
He's,
It's 2 houses down, but I don't know.
so 315 is the,
That's what it says.
right.
on the address.
I bet I'm sure it's a apartment, it's apartments, not
It's an
condos.
apartment. I don't know who owns it, but I've tried to figure out who owns it to maybe talk to them and ask why they
Yeah.
allow these people to live there. But I'm 32 years old. I work full time. I have 2 kids.
Yeah.
I'm doing as much as I can.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and we, last year, or a year ago, so we did an ordinance that said that every landlord has to have someone that's available, and I forget what the time was, 4 hours, an hour or something? And it was pretty much, when we were talking about it, we were talking about like fire emergencies, water emergencies, plumbing emergencies, but I think that this entire commission wants landlords to be more responsible and,
Yeah.
well, yeah, receptive and to our complaints. So I want to, at some point, bring this up as this is something we can also call about. Thank you, and I'm sorry that that's
Wait,
happening.
one more thing, because in addition, the children being in the home,
That's what my.
that's
Yeah.
a,
one of my
you can
major
always
concerns.
call DCF on that, call the Department of
I
Children and
call
Family
DCF,
Services.
Yeah,
You
and
can
you'll
call
get
them,
the
'cause
same
then
thing.
they'll-
You'll get the same
That's-
thing from
I've just called the
DCF.
police and I called immigration because I know, I know what's going on.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not done.
Okay.
But Reese, can I just say that the more calls we have when we pull that address, then we can use it as a nuisance abatement.
Right.
So
That's what I
having those phone calls on record, you are doing something even though you may not feel like you are, because now we have this information we can pull. I'm sure that Captain Mayor's listening right now, and he's already working on how many calls have come to that address. And then we have a legal team that can look at nuisance abatement possibly. She's shaking her head behind you. We have code violations. I mean, we have things that we can pull together to build a case.
Right.
So you did the right thing by coming here and keep calling.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
lived here
we don't
for
know if we
years.
don't hear about it.
I love living here and I don't want to move, but at the end of the day, I have 2 kids and they're my
No,
We
thank
hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming up. Ugh, Ms. Fisher?
Becky Fisher, A Street, Lake Worth Beach. Carla asked me to say there are some flyers on the ceremony on May 31st for the IA Banks historical marker celebration. I'll put these up front. I would like to propose to you all that the city clerk verify every proclamation that is brought forth to be read to the public. We had an incident tonight with one of our proclamations, and I sort of did some instant research, given that we carry cell phones and everything else. World Soil Day is December 5th. This week is Compost Awareness Week, International Compost Awareness Week. So I think we need to be recognizing, honoring the appropriate things, and not putting a proclamation together to serve any other purpose other than what the week really is, or the day that we're recognizing, or the month. And I think it wouldn't hurt for the clerk to just do a quick Google search and make sure we are focusing on the right days, the right weeks, the right months, so we don't have someone come up to accept a proclamation saying, I asked for this months ago and this isn't what I asked for. It sort of looked very, and I know our interim city manager was out of the room dealing with another issue with Senator Powell. So I just think it would be a good policy to follow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I might comment?
Sure.
Thank you. I brought this forth. The original motivation for it came from a spiritual group, and I didn't feel fully comfortable sticking to schedule of that. I brought it forward. I thought it was more important that the content be there. I brought it forward. I brought it to the city clerk's attention. She had a suggestion. I had originally asked it for a bit earlier. She had a suggestion and found some events that it sort of corresponded to. I don't remember now what they are. There are a number of soil recognition of various flavors. December 5th is one. We said, well, that's too far out. Let's not do that. There was something else, whatever it was that's on the thing. The content of the idea is more important than the particular date. So that's how that came about. It was verified by the city clerk.
Thank you. All right, Todd Townsend. I know.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. God, it is so hot, right? Getting warm out there. Please, we really want our pool. We gotta have a pool. We gotta have a pool. We just gotta have a pool. And because it's really getting hot and it's gonna be hot. And so we really want a pool. So, so this design here is the quickest, cheapest, easiest build that is available, our historic rectangle. Working on an estimate now. That's all I really wanted to say. As far as homelessness, I saw an excellent interview with a former city manager of San Francisco. And at the bottom line, she says, you have to triage your homeless because the junkies will hide within the homeless. And of course, some of them are homeless too. You've got to help them in their way and then help other people in their way that's going to work for them. And I think it's really uncool to force people to work when they're 14. Of course, when I was 14, I was working. I was painting houses, shoveling snow, cutting grass, and selling newspaper subscriptions all the time.
And you went, but you graduated from high school.
I graduated from high school,
It
absolutely.
was a school, right.
My mom wouldn't let me work during the school year, but in the summer, she was like, if you want
Well,
money
it's
in your
quite
pocket,
different than what we're
you go
talking
work.
Yeah,
about.
but this is during, yeah, the work school.
So, and then lastly, I wanted to ask Commissioner May if you could possibly get me a presentation spot at the NAPC. And then lastly, the Patriots got Drake May, not the Buffalo Bills.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
You too. Okey doke.
We don't need another quarterback. We got Josh Allen.
Consent agenda, do I have a motion?
Motion to
Madam Mayor.
approve.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I have.
Oh,
two
I'm sorry, you've
public-
got, yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The first comment's from Eric Hahn, 1428 South Lakeside Drive. Trash receptacles in Lake Worth beaches, coastal parks, and beach are grossly inadequate. Every morning, and especially after weekends, the parks and beach have trash scattered everywhere. Not because people don't use the bins. The wind inverts the liner bags in these no-lid barrels. Trash blows into storm drains and into the intercoastal, as well as littering our streets. The city needs to install proper bins like the ones in state and national parks. Fully enclosed steel structures with hinged lids that close. We are a coastal community with windy conditions. This should be a priority. We are needlessly trashing our beach and communities. On a similar note, the pathetic overflowing yellow and blue residential recycle totes are doing the same exact thing. Don't wait for residents to request a bigger bin because they won't. Just upgrade everyone to barrels. These are easy fixes. Please clean up this unavoidable mess. Thank you. And the second and last comment is from Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. As I've communicated many times, my neighborhood and the neighborhoods north of Lucerne and east of Federal Highway have no playgrounds or open park space except for a few tiny pocket parks. Well, my child and I recently visited one of the pocket parks, and I'm not sure these spaces can be considered parks. We visited the pocket park at 16th Avenue North and the Intercoastal. This so-called park is located just north of the north border of the Lake Worth Beach Golf Course. And we found a filled garbage can, garbage, washed out sidewalk, chunks of broken sidewalk, and that's it. The area was in disrepair. It would be difficult to launch a kayak or paddleboard from this so-called park, as it is covered in debris and chunks of concrete. It is clear that the city, despite pointing me to these so-called pocket parks as an option for us when I complain we have no parks in our neighborhood, also this isn't in Parrot Cove, so not even my neighborhood, provide zero maintenance or upkeep for this area. Please do better and provide upkeep. Additionally, while I was pleased to see that the playground at the beach has finally been replaced after 4 years, why would the city use mulch as the safety ground cover? The mulch, which was only installed within the last 30 days, is already degrading on the north side. A section has already washed away. Also, mulch is not an accessible material for children or their parents who have mobility issues. Playground spaces created or altered after 2010 are required to comply with the 2010 version of the ADA. This playground does not comply. There are no accessible paths over the mulch. The city is so focused on environmental minutia that it has failed to create an inclusive space for children and their families. That's all the public comment I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now, consent agenda, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second? Okay, approval of minutes.
I'm sorry, I just
Okay, you're right.
Withdrawing my motion
All
for
right.
consent. Motion to approve minutes.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now, motion to consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
thank you very much. Okay, public hearings, ordinance number 24-05, first reading. Madam City Attorney, please
This is
take it away.
Ordinance 2024-05, an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 23 Land Development Regulations, Section 23.2-39, Affordable Workforce Housing Program, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you very much. Mr. Waters, I think this is probably your bailiwick. And if you could go over it slowly, it would be helpful.
Okay. For the record, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. As you may be aware, we adopted an official Lake Worth Beach Affordable Workforce Housing Program almost 2 years ago. And in that time, we have declared a housing emergency. We have initiated a study from FAU. The Housing Coalition has released a study. The legislature has issued quite a number of recommendations and suggestions, as well as Palm Beach County in regards to affordable housing. There have been requests and interest in affordable housing modifications by the CRA, as well as some of its partners, and suggestions from private developers who are interested in a little more freedom in being able to do the affordable housing. So we took all that into consideration and have proposed a couple of changes in the code that would facilitate and allow for an increased likelihood of more affordable workforce housing being built in Lake Forest Beach under the parameters that we have under our affordable housing program or other officially adopted programs, such as the one that the county has for the affordable housing bond. There may be low-income housing credits. There may be other opportunities that are out there that I'm not aware of where we can facilitate and encourage and incentivize affordable housing. One of the things that's focused quite a bit by the state and the county, as well as other entities, is accessory dwelling units. And we do allow accessory dwelling units in single-family, two-family 14, MF20, MF30, MS40, which includes downtown, and several other mixed-use districts, but we don't allow them as such in the single-family residential zoning district. So this affordable housing, the proposed changes here are twofold. One is that facilitates when you are getting additional units through our 15% bonus, that you can round the number up. If it's like 4.5, it would go to 5, and all 5 would have to be deed restricted. The other piece of it is allowing deed restricted for 25 years accessory dwelling units to be allowed in greater number and greater area within the city. There were recommendations made by both the Planning and Zoning Board and the Historic Resource Preservation Board as to where those are appropriate. As the ordinance is written here, it's the most liberal approach in that any parcel of land in the city, including those in SFR, could have a accessory dwelling unit that's deed restricted for 25 years. It meets the income parameters that we have under our code. That means it can only be rented for long-term, like 60 days or more, to an income qualifying persons or family. The change also facilitates a little additional density in the CRA area, granting an ADU or additional unit that's deed restricted on each individual lot of record that's in the CRA. We have a couple of maps that hopefully we can. One of the recommendations from, I believe, both boards was that you consider in the SFR district, zoning district, what area of that zoning district what had an underlying future land use that's medium density residential, and it encompasses 6 blocks just south of downtown, a couple of blocks. As you may or may not recall, I think only Commissioner McVoy is going to remember this, but when we did the zoning code and future land use changes back in 2012 and 13, we dramatically shrunk the multifamily areas of a city by 2 blocks each going toward downtown. So now the MF30 district is only 1 block deep, the MF20 is only 1 block deep, and then it turns into single family, two family 14 or SFR. And that's been in place now since 2013, as I said. So with their recommendation to look at that, it's a limited area of SFR that would allow the deed restricted accessory dwelling units, or you could look at it affecting none of the SFR. There is no SFR in the CRA district, which we have a little map for that, which is right on the board right now. The CRA encompasses all that area. That yellow area that you see there is all single family, two family 14, which already allows by right in most cases an accessory dwelling unit or a duplex. This would facilitate allowing, in many cases, an additional extra unit on those parcels that would have to again be deed restricted. It's not going to be for everybody. I've run a lot of numbers. Not everyone is going to appreciate the economic benefit from doing the accessory dwelling unit because it will be deed restricted on the income allowed to live in that unit. There's a cost to produce it. The county is going to tax it as a commercial entity. So it will rise and fall at the 10% max that is for commercial properties. And the rent, though the median household income is increased dramatically, which is now $104,000 for a family of 4, it's right at the limit if you were building a one-bedroom unit or a two-bedroom accessory dwelling unit, whether that actually makes sense to have it deed restricted and move it forward.
Okay,
So,
but I just want to, the one that we're talking about really doesn't deal with ADUs so much. The first ordinance that we're talking about.
we're talking about the affordable housing one, right?
Yeah,
That's the ADU one.
well, okay, well, all right, it comes up later, but.
05?
Yeah.
Okay, just to
I'm
make
not-
sure we're all
Yeah.
talking the same thing.
We're talking
Madam
about,
Mayor,
Yeah?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did the city attorney read the ordinance by title?
Yes?
yes.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm losing my hearing.
Okay, yeah.
So under this is on lines 78 through 85, which is the underlined portion. It talks about how to allow the additional workforce, affordable workforce unit, which covers basically an ADU. And then there's another portion of it that is in tier 2, that is incentive that allows things to be rounded up, so to speak. So, and why I'm using ADUs is that in a single-family residential, it could only be an ADU as the additional unit that you're building. It couldn't be a principal structure, it couldn't be a main building, because you can only have one single-family home there. So the map that Scott has up there now, Scott Rodriguez, that's the area that's just downtown, because we focused it in. That little area south of downtown is the only SFR district that has a medium-density residential, which means that it could be rezoned to SFTF 14 or possibly up to MF 20. So that was the area the Planning and Zoning Board and the Preservation Board recommended that this ordinance affect, and not the entirety of the SFR zoning district, which, are you able to pull up that map too? Because the SFR district, if you take out zoning districts that are not developable, like public open space and conservation, the developable areas of the city, the SFR covers about 60% of the city.
Okay, so on the first the first map with the yellow and the down just south of Third Avenue South, you've got the red single-family residential.
Yes.
Is that the current zoning? That's not the
The
current.
current zoning is SFR, and where that is sort of like diagonally striped, that is areas where the future land use would allow a zoning district of a higher density than SFR.
I mean, that's where I live, and we have a lot of multifamily units in my
I know, and
neighborhood.
as I explained, when we rezoned the city back in 2013, that area had a multifamily zoning.
So it's been
The
been downzoned.
We downzoned the entire city in 2013. The multifamily 30 district, I believe, was 3 blocks deep, and the multifamily 20 was 3 blocks deep, and the recommendation was made that we were primarily a single-family residential city, and so that 30, MF 30 district became 1 block deep, which two of the blocks came out of that, and then the MF 20 district moved up 2 blocks to replace one of the MF 30s. Consequently, 4 blocks deep was removed from multifamily zoning and downzoned to single-family residential, and that happened on both the north and the south end of downtown, north and south sides of downtown, sorry.
Are we rethinking that at this point?
I'm not proposing that we could, but that's a whole different possible conversation that we might look at our next round of the evaluation of the comprehensive plan, which is probably going to be in 2 or 3 years. We could start that process.
Well, I mean, the reason I'm mentioning it is because, one of the things that we're talking about, the current trend is to make things, to increase density. So we have to wait 3 years to talk about that?
We don't, we can talk about it, just reminding us of the history, and if history's changed, that's fine, is that there was a great deal of conversation over 3 years that SFR was the primary desired zoning classification in the city, and that's why
Right.
that happened.
And, right, I mean, I'm not disputing that, but I mean, just maybe times have come that we need to talk about a little higher density.
And we could, I mean, we can do an individual amendments to the comprehensive plan, but that would be, depending on how far it went, the data analysis we would have to do to upzone it, essentially, would take a while, but the conversation can start, and we can start putting the pieces together. We can do an outside major comp plan amendment that's not within the evaluation analysis of review cycle, which is the ear-based amendments, which is just passed us because we're in the process, as you may remember, we're doing the mobility plan, which is part of the comp plan. We're doing the
Right.
open space recreation master plan, which is part of the comp plan. You have authorized us moving forward with a carbon neutrality amendment as part of FY25. And then we're also trying to get the neighborhood plans done, which would be the perfect opportunity to ask neighborhoods, are you open to having your density increased?
Okay.
It's a lot. I know.
Because we're talking about increasing density here in the ordinance that we're talking about, but giving them an additional unit, adding density. So it seems like something that we're talking about anyway. Okay, so essentially, for line 75 down, as we go down, in layman's terms for everybody, what is that going to do? What's the effect of that?
On 78, the section F, as it's written
Right.
here, would allow that additional unit that's deed restricted in every residential and mixed-use zoning district, because all of those allow residential.
So even in single family?
Right. The recommendation for consideration from both advisory boards was to look at a more limited area of the SFR, which would be those 6 blocks that were in the map. Or it could be the SFR that's in a geographic location of the city, say between 10th Avenue North and 6th Avenue South, or west of Dixie, but east of 95. That's a little weird, but that's just an example. And so that's up for your consideration. That's what F is. And then G is a little more breathing room that will allow a greater number of additional units to be added in the CRA area, which was the map that Scott had up a little while ago, which is basically the major thoroughfares of the city, some areas of Royal Poinciana, and some areas of Tropical Ridge, which is where there's a heavy focus on doing affordable housing and workforce housing through a whole variety of entities that have collaborated together. Commissioner Malega has been very involved, and so have you, the Mayor, on those interests in those various areas. And so that's why we were given a little bit more credence and a little more breathing room in terms of density under G, because some of the projects just are not working. One more unit will make it work.
One more unit would make it work?
Yes, based on the land cost, because whatever you pay for the land consequently turns into what is a door cost.
Well, sure.
So if you buy a lot for $100,000 and it can only have 3 units, you're at $33,000 a door. But if you get 1 more unit or possibly 2 more units, that door price comes down to $25,000 a door or $20,000 a door. That's just an example, but some of the prices are making it very difficult to bring to market the affordable workforce housing because the door limit is fairly low based on the price that it's costing to buy the land.
Okay. Who was first? Mr. Diaz. What?
It was pretty close. I don't know
don't
which
think it
one was
matters?
first. But, no, I don't think it
Kentucky
matters.
Derby race, right?
Really?
But, I was just going to say that it's unfortunate that Ms. Blockson is not here because at a recent CRA meeting, there was a presentation by a professor from FIU, whose name I no longer remember, but talking about ADUs and talking about how it has been something that a lot of communities were kind of not so sure about, but that nationwide it is becoming something that a lot of places are looking at with housing crises, with housing prices and so on, that it gives more options. And Ms. Blockson indicated a lot of enthusiasm for that, particularly to allow for seniors to live near relatives or things like that. Can you explain a little bit more? You mentioned F at line 78. I see that, and I see the red indicating a change. And you mentioned G, which I'm thinking is line 82. I don't see any red there, so I'm wondering if I'm seeing the right place. If you could point us to where we're looking at the change, and then also,
The changes are the parts that are underlined.
Underlined.
The
okay, and what's the red again then?
The red may be an area where there was a difference of the original ordinance and what the advisory boards are recommending.
Okay, got it. Yes, I do see the underlining. All right, thank you. The other question I was going to ask for maybe some more clarification is, and I'm with the mayor on this, in layman's terms, so this would apply a fair area to potentially all of the single-family residential, which, as you point out, is 60%, it's a big chunk.
Right.
It would allow exactly what, and explain to me or to us, rather, the deed restricted part.
But
Joe owns a lot and wants to put one of these in.
Predicated you have enough room and you can provide the parking for it, it would have to be a separate dwelling unit because we don't allow duplexes in SFR. That's why it's considered an ADU, accessory dwelling unit.
Right.
Which has a
Physically
kitchen, a
separated.
sleeping area, living area. And so in the SFR district, this would facilitate your being able to do those, but you still have to meet your lot coverage requirements, your setback requirements, your building lot coverage, the height restrictions that are there, other parameters that may apply if you're in a historic district. And the deed restriction is that for 25 years, that accessory dwelling unit would have to be considered, based on the bedroom count, affordable or workforce under our program. Now, 25 years from now, and that I have to get with Elizabeth, who's our city attorney, what happens after that? It conceivably be market rate, but at that point, I think we've got a little bit of a wrinkle, so it may have to be permanently deed restricted as affordable or workforce in the SFR district versus it being able to float out and become market rate after that 25 years. But you also have under our program a buy-down program where once the deed restriction is getting ready to come off, you as the city have the first right of refusal to pay down the owner of an affordable unit to keep it affordable for another 25 years.
Okay. And can you run us more specifically to numbers? The issue of, we use AMI, the area median income in Palm Beach County, and we've often talked about how, well, that's actually a pretty high number and not necessarily all that affordable for many people in our own community and even other parts of Palm Beach County. In terms of understanding this and the numbers, it sounds like it might be this deed restriction for 25 years might be a major deal for somebody who wants to put one of these in. In practice, what I'm thinking of the AMI numbers, it's not really that much of a restriction.
Well,
It is a legal restriction, but in practical terms, can you translate to us what somebody might be able to charge for a one-bedroom or a two-bedroom
for a
unit?
studio, the max you could charge is $1,170 a month.
Okay, and for a one-bedroom?
Let me see if I can figure that out.
I'm just trying to get a sense of, in real terms, how would this affect somebody who owns a house in a single family and is thinking of doing this?
The one bedroom could rent for as much as right now under the 104 limit, $1,430. And they kind of go up by increments of like 20%.
Right,
But it's all predicated on the bedroom, the number of bedrooms in the
right.
unit.
And probably you're not going to be building on most lots very many two-bedroom, three-bedroom units.
There are
'cause
very few. I
it's-
think you could even fit them in because you still have the regulation, the accessory structure can only be a certain percentage in size of the primary
Right,
structure.
so you're probably looking largely at studios or one-bedroom.
Yes.
And so those rents that you've just mentioned and is there a escalator over time, or is that flat for the next?
It's always based on the median household income. So, and there's a reporting that's required each year. So if the median household income were to go down in Palm Beach County, consequently, these rental numbers would come down. But as the median household income goes up, these go up commensurately at the same percentage rate.
Okay.
Before
Thank
Thank you. Before we go, I need a motion in a second. I forgot to get one before we started discussion. Do I have a motion to adopt this? Just for discussion?
Well, there's still a question, right? I mean.
No, but we're supposed to have a motion before we talk,
Yeah,
and I forgot to. do that.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
second.
Thank you. Okay, now we
Thank
can
you.
talk.
I guess it's my turn now. First of all, thank you, William and Scott. I mean, my understanding, this isn't the first time you've brought this up, right? So, or
It's been
attempt.
brought up in a multitude of ways, but this is
Yeah.
a more formal one that is more limited in terms of where this would happen. So, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate it because I really appreciate the conversation about increasing density in the future. You know, maybe we don't have to wait till we review our comp plan. I think that's a really valid conversation, obviously not for tonight. There's 1,000 different reasons why you want to talk about that. And, you know, we talk about providing inventory for rents and for rentals. We talk about affordability, helping people to own their homes, and generate wealth, which a good way is through rent, through an ADU. And, you know, density, I know, is often a scary concept as a planning concept to a community, I think. But I do think this conversation, the ADU conversation, is such a good transition to that. And one thing I would love to hear you explain, because you know, in part, as part of that kind of fear and like unsure of what this would bring, there's you know, I've seen comments of like, we're trying to force duplexes in all single family residential districts, and this would stick out like a sore thumb, and this and that, and that's not what this is. I think ADUs are an interesting concept. This in many ways is bringing us to, you know, 2024. It's kind of a new way of living. These are tiny homes effectively, and people are looking, there's a good amount of people who are looking to live in these sort of things because of affordability mostly, but also living kind of a minimalist lifestyle. And importantly, ADUs, especially in a community like ours, when done right, and I do think there are some realistic limitations in terms of like the cost of the property itself. And then, you know, even though technologies on things like container homes or like flat pack houses, like the cost of that in the last 5 years has come down significantly. But once you add, you know, your sewer connection, your service line, all that stuff, you put a lot of money in that kind of construction. Like, what kind of rent realistically are you going to charge for something that's like several hundred square feet? But it is, you know, this is the future. It's today. It's what people kind of are striving for in terms of planning and community. But I think something that would be great to hear coming from both of you as planners is, you know, you don't lose. This can be done right with the right builders. This can be done in such a good way that you do not lose the character and the sense of place of your town. You can have an ADU built, you know, on a property, even on one of our 30-foot lots, and you probably wouldn't even know it exists back there, because if done correctly, we can get that density without massive aggregation of properties, without big buildings. We can get a lot of rental inventory that'll have a significant impact on having affordable rents, and, you know, and also looking out for the city tax revenue, because we're not exactly annexing out. So, you know, it ticks a lot of boxes. And could you just like maybe comment on that, on like, you know, physically, what does this look like? It's what kind of impact visually would it have on a community, if at all? And, you know, what are kind of some of the projects you kind of dream to come here?
Well, the areas that are, I guess, of most concern, there has to be a principal residential structure there that has a minimum size of 800 square feet. Otherwise, you can't build the extra unit. The extra unit could be as small as 340 square feet, which is a 15% reduction. That would be a studio. And it probably couldn't exceed the two-bedroom size of 800 square feet minus 15%, which is 780, I think is what it, or 680 would be a two-bedroom. And so that's as big as you could have as the accessory dwelling unit at those properties. To give you some examples that are easier to visualize, I guess, because I'm more familiar with West Palm Beach, every single historic district in West Palm Beach, which has the highest property values, except for Sosa, which is not a historic district, all allow accessory dwelling units or guest houses that can be rented. That's Old Northwood, that's Flamingo Park, Sunshine Park, El Cid, Prospect Park, Southland Park, South Central Park, and I can go on and on. And the lots there are similar in size to ours. They're actually 10 feet smaller in depth. As an example, Flamingo Park is usually 50 by 125. Ours are usually 50 by 135. And they fit in quite nicely. And it's the owners of property's choice whether they want to have it or not. And again, it is going to be deed restricted, and so it could not be a short-term rental. It has to be someone living there or a family or a couple living there that provide the income documentation that has to be independently verified, that complies every year. There's a huge penalty if you don't comply. I think some of the drawbacks of it is the way the county is going about taxing accessory dwelling units. Like I said, they're going to escalate and rise and fall at the commercial rate, which is a max of 10%. As an example, I have an ADU at my house that I've had rented out continuously since 1992. The tax collector, I guess, figured out that my homestead exemption covered that, and so I got a bill that more than doubled. Well, then I argued that it really isn't, a complete 25% of my property, so it still went up $2,000 a year. And it's been pulled out of the homestead exemption. The insurance structure on it, if there's a mortgage, is higher than a regular house. So though I think we'll get some built, the cost implications, when you factor it all together, we're not going to get a huge number of them because people can't afford to build it and then only be able to rent it out for $11.70. So it's one step or one option to help address the housing concerns, but it's not going to solve our problem or even the county's problem. But if we can get a few dozen, even maybe 30 or 40 of these built, and that provides an affordable opportunity for someone to live, that's 30 or 40 people that may not end up homeless or will have an opportunity to live in a clean, sanitary, new place to live. Now, if you are very apprehensive about moving forward with the SFR area, what I would suggest that under item F, after any residential, we put in parentheses, except single-family residential, parentheses, and allow it everywhere else, and then we can see how it goes. And if we feel comfortable in 6 months to a year that it's not going to have a negative impact in your opinion or from your constituents' opinion to be included in the SFR district, then we can come back and strike that little except that district. Or if you want to move forward with it as it is, we could always pull it back if it gets to be like we have a floodgates of ADUs. Those ones that were built would just become automatically non-conforming.
Okay. Up next is either May or Malega.
Thank you. You just said something, and I want to clarify. Any person in the city of Lake Worth Beach besides SFRs who want to build an ADU, they have to be affordable?
No.
Okay.
So thank you.
Because that's what I was hearing, is that if
That's
you
what-
want to build an ADU,
That's under this program.
okay, that's what I want
If
to
you
clarify.
want
It's
the
under
addition-
it's under the affordable housing
And you
program.
want that additional
Okay.
unit.
Okay,
Okay.
so that's first for people listening, because it was just the way it came across, is that every ADU has to be affordable, and I'm like,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
no one's going to build those. It's not your fault. My biggest concern, and you and I spoke about this earlier, is line, here I go again, dang these glasses.
Line
67.
67.
Up to 25% reduction in required parking, provided that each residential dwelling unit is provided at least one parking space. If it is a two-bedroom, and there are two people living in it, and there's two people or three people living in the main house, we're doing a parking study because we have a parking issue, and I'm looking at these maps
Yeah.
of where these potential houses could go. It's gonna add to our parking problem if we do this reduction.
Okay,
So,
that section is already in our code.
I
and has
understand
been-
that.
And it's been part of our comprehensive plan since 2017.
okay, but that was before we started talking about ADUs being added in people's backyards. So bringing this together, because I
Okay, but- and
understand.
this is where, there's probably, and I hate to interrupt, but if that ADU is built, the 25% reduction doesn't eliminate the required parking.
Well, what does it mean then?
You still have to provide a parking space.
So what's the
But it says
25%?
one.
25% reduction of one is 0.75, which still requires one. See, this applies to any development project that we do. This is what Tier 1 is all about. If you provide an affordable housing component like Madison Terrace, it had greater than 25%. But the project that was approved on Detroit Street, that had a component of affordable housing in it, and they would commensurately reduce the parking requirement for the affordable housing piece of it, but it couldn't be reduced below at least having one parking space per unit. The same thing was done for Lake Worth residences at the end of 2nd Avenue North. There was something like this done for Lake Worth Station, because it has 46 or 47, I think it's actually higher now, affordable units in it. So we've already put this in practice at least 4 or 5 times.
I understand that, Director Wires, but my concern is we're encroaching into the neighborhoods.
Yep.
And that is my concern.
Parking is huge.
We have Right now, I have a guy who lives across the street from me, him and his girlfriend, 2 people, 2 cars. They don't have a parking pad. They park on my street every single night.
Okay.
So I'm just using this as an example that when I look at this and I just want us to be mindful that we're doing a parking study, we're doing a mobility study. This city needs to generate revenue.
Right.
With parking. We've talked about that earlier. That is my only concern, is that now we're marrying these two. So I know this was in the language previously, but moving forward and looking at somebody had said, who's sitting in the audience, that I should sell my land for $5,000 and build an ADU and have affordable housing. I'm not going to do that. But if somebody wanted to do that, this to me puts a constraint on the neighborhoods that are already dealing with parking issues. And I don't.
And again, in the neighborhood you're talking about, which is usually SFR and SFTF 14, you have to provide that parking space for that additional unit you're building.
That's one parking space, though. That's what I'm trying to say. If it's a 2-bedroom, you're giving them 1 parking space.
Yeah.
Well, if it's a 2-bedroom and it's got 1 couple and a roommate, now there's 3 people, 1 car. The math just doesn't work out for me, and you and I spoke about this earlier. That is my only big concern about this piece. And I mean, I support everything else. You and I talked about it, we worked it through. That is my only concern, and I don't know how we address it, right? Because we can't build any more spaces for people to park. Our lot sizes are what they are. I appreciate staff doing all this work and research, but the more I looked at these maps, I just kept looking at, oh my gosh, 3 cars here, 2 cars there, and you heard the gentleman earlier, how many people live in that apartment building? We have got to try to figure out, as we're moving the city forward, if we're gonna start doing permitted parking for residents, where are they all gonna park? We only have so many streets. And unless we're gonna give people money to start pouring driveways off of the alley, which we can't even pave the alleys here for people to get to their own driveways, I just don't see how this is gonna help this problem. I think we're gonna end up putting the cart before the horse and not thinking about the parking issue. And then, right now, we're so focused on housing, that I think we're gonna take a step back once all these this house projects come to fruition and go, maybe we should have been a little stricter. That's all I
Well,
have.
2 things that I bring up, so that the public is aware. If your alley is not improved and you want to access your parking from the alley, you have to improve that alley on behalf of the city. You're paying for that, and this has come up on the NSP2 program and the Habitat for Humanity houses. The second part is that, as we talked about a decal program, to sort of restrict the number of cars that are brought into the city. If you've got, say, a single-family house that is allowed 2 parking spaces and an ADU that allows 1, you're only going to get, potentially under a decal program, 3 parking passes. And it's one way to deal with the overcrowding. However, in dealing with that issue, as you and I kind of talked to, we didn't quite get that far, is we limit the number of cars through a parking program. It probably will address a lot of the overcrowding. That means people who are in the overcrowded units are going to end up going where? So there's no simple, easy answer to any of this. But parking is an item that comes up as one of the biggest impediments to providing affordable housing, is that providing the parking ends up making the provision of the affordable housing too expensive.
But I think all right, I'll talk at last. Ms. May?
Okay. I definitely agree with the parking, and that part is highlighted on mine as well.
Mine too.
Because, and maybe you can explain this a little bit further, because the parking, yes, there's 1 spot per unit, but explain what the 25% reduction, as well as the fact that motorcycles and bikes count as parking.
Okay, under our parking section, there are different parking requirements based on the type of the use: residential, office, retail, and industrial, institutional, assembly, a multifamily, single family, and it varies. How many square feet, how many bedrooms, how many whatever. And so we have a reduction in our standard code that if you do a mixed use project, you can reduce your required parking by 25%, but also count the on-street parking adjacent to your parcel to meet your parking requirement. And then no more than 25% of the parking can be alternative space, such as a compact space, tandem spaces, bike racks for bicycles, which I think is 1 bike rack that holds 4 bikes is equivalent to a parking space, scooter spaces, motorcycle spaces. But
EV spaces in that?
EV spaces are required. I mean, based on depending on how large a parking lot or a parking requirement might be. And the second part of your question is, because that answer was kind of complicated, it was a 2-part question, wasn't it, Commissioner May?
It was a complicated answer. And
Yeah,
and
no,
you
I
spoke
mean-
very quickly, and I'm just still.
No, I I hear what you're saying. I am very concerned about the parking. But let's go back to two things. One, I did watch the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, and they took a vote to recommend that this not occur in the single-family residential areas. It was a 5-1 or 6-1 vote to restrict it from single-family residential. And the way that you explained it, I understand the concept of increasing the density. I really do, but I don't understand that the only way somebody can build one of these, let's say we didn't take out single family, but the only way you can build an ADU in a single family residence area is if you do it for affordable housing. Yes, hold on.
That's how this is written.
Right, and so this would restrict, so what you guys said is sort of right, because you cannot, I like at my house, if I wanted, I've got plenty of land, if I wanted to build an ADU, I have to have it be affordable housing at this time, especially if this
If
passes.
you're an SFR, you can't build that accessory
Right, but
dwelling
if
now.
this passes, it has to be affordable. And we're
If you
saying it
want it.
has to be affordable for 25 years. So we're not we're not giving any options for somebody who doesn't want to take advantage of this program. Like if I don't want to take advantage of the housing program, the affordable housing, all the prizes we talked about that you get for doing it. I still won't be able to build one. The only way I can build one is if I build it for affordable housing. So I want people to understand that's what's being proposed here. And
Which was the question I asked, and you said no.
No, he said-
Only if you want to do this program.
right, so what now you could do a market rate, because I asked this yesterday, you could do a market rate ADU, but not in a single family residence area now. But you can't do one in SFR. And now this, if we pass this, the only ADUs can be affordable housing.
No, hold on. Where it's already allowed, those can continue. That's SFR, MF20, MF30, MS40, and some of the mixed-use district. Those already allow.
Not SFR. You said SFR.
But most mixed-use districts. Those already allow.
Right.
Accessory dwelling unit, that's not changing.
No, I understand
You
that,
can
but
stick
I
with the market rate
think
ones.
that the question that Commissioner Maliga asked, or Vice Mayor Maliga asked earlier was unclear in the answer, because I think she really thought you were saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you thought that he was saying, yes, you can do it in SFR unless you want to be part of this program, and therefore then you would get you can make it bigger, all the other prizes. But hold on, so I'm a little concerned that if we do pass this and we pass it with the SFR restriction, with the SFR included, that now we've restricted SFR to affordable housing for the next 25 years. And I'm not comfortable doing that.
Okay, well, that would only affect the ADUs that were built in the SFR district.
Understandable.
If you decide that you don't like that in the future, say 5 years from now, you don't want them anymore, we strike it from the code and we have only 5 years worth of ADUs that are deed restricted for 25 years.
No, I'm going the other way, Director Waters. I'm saying that I'm saying if we're going to allow them to be built, we want to increase density, right? And so what I'm saying is if you're going to be allowed to do this in SFR, the owners of the property should be able to decide if they want to do it at affordable rates or they want to do it at market rates. It's still, so basically what we're saying is the affordable ones can still happen. Hold on, the affordable ones can still happen. The market rate ones could happen too. Both of them would increase density, not all at affordable housing, but some
We can't
at.
go that route under Florida statute in our comp plan unless we change the future land use to medium density residential and rezone all those areas at SFTF 14.
So why can we build an ADU on SFR that's affordable, but not one that's market
It's some of
rate?
the legislation that came down from the state encouraging affordability that gives you
I
some
see,
exceptions.
okay, that makes
And
sense.
that's the only way we can do it right now, is have the exception that would allow an
Okay.
ADU and SFR as predicated as it being deed restricted. If you want to open the door, which is a question that Commissioner Diaz has asked before, if you want to open up the door to allow ADUs regardless of whether they're affordable or market rate, then we have to do a different type study and change the zoning.
Okay, so in this, because I know that both of the boards said do not include single-family rental, and if we have these boards, we should listen to their expertise, at least to some extent.
They are citizens and property owners in the city, yes.
Exactly. So and some of them are professionals. So I mean, at this point, I would not support it being in the SFR. But, you know, we already have the motion, so the motion would have to be amended to not include SFR. So if I may, I would like to amend the motion so that it would not include SFR.
Yeah, you can.
And there's still
Okay,
some
wait,
comments waiting.
Thank you.
I'm just saying that's where I'm
So
coming from
you're
on this.
suggesting that they be, that these.
I'm suggesting we follow the recommendations from the planning and zoning and historic preservation boards.
Because they don't want they don't want ADUs in SF areas because it's single family?
They suggested that we did not do that, no. So.
I heard that as well. I mean, I have some issues with that.
Okay. I just wanted
know.
to share like what I was thinking, but I just, for 25 years is a long time. So that's.
So, Mr. Diaz, have you spoken yet? Okay. So my concerns are kind of on the same lines. It's like if in a single-family district, you wanted to put an ADU, because I'm going back now to we're coming up to the description of guest house. Okay, so if I live in an SF, I don't, but if I lived in an SF, single-family district, and I wanted to just build a little guest house, I can't do that unless we have a zoning change, correct?
Who says?
Well, I'm
A
asking.
guest house is not a dwelling unit. Again, it must have a kitchen. You can build a pool house that has a bedroom in it and a bathroom, that has a pool room or a billiard room, or it's a caveman lounge or whatever you want to call it. You can do a guest house, an in-law suite, all in SFR, and they can be detached or they could be attached to your house. You just can't add the kitchen and you can't rent it out.
Okay, so when you say kitchen, kitchenette, or are you talking
A kitchen
sink?
is under the housing code. It has a cooking appliance, a sink with hot and cold running water, ventilation, and refrigeration.
So if somebody had a countertop, I didn't mean to interrupt you, I just want to clarify. If somebody has a countertop and a small little apartment fridge and a cooktop two thing that plugs in, that's not a kitchen.
That's not a kitchen.
Thank you.
Because it's not permanent.
A guest house shall not, no, here's, I'm looking at the thing. A guest house shall not be rented or used separately from the rental use of the principal dwelling unit. A guest house shall not function as an ADU. I have some serious problems with that, but, and I had a question, let's go back to the parking. I mean, that's one of my notes too. It's like, wait a minute, on my street, in the past few years, it's gone from mostly owner occupied to rental. And oftentimes, there's just no parking on my street. So I understand that people, we're supposed to get away from cars, but, and also, what about guest spots? What about the fact, like when we have the Michigas that's coming up now with the, up on Dixie Highway, where we have the Mid, which is already a terrible parking situation, taking over the streets, and now we're going to have the other one. And I, at the time that we approved those, I thought there was not enough parking, and I was, not paid heed to, but parking really is an issue, and I think that if we're going to be adding units, and I have an ADU in my backyard, I mean, it's fabulous. You wouldn't know it's there. It's wonderful. She's been there 18 years. But if more of these start coming up, I think parking is an issue that we need to pay attention to, and people
under
have cars.
this-
Like it or not, people drive cars.
And adding this, the ADU will have to have a parking space. And that is going to eliminate a lot of opportunity for it because you cannot fit both the ADU and the parking on the property.
But does that still include on-street? Can they use the on-street as their parking spot?
No.
Almost every of the properties that we have in the city can only meet their parking requirement as of today with the on-street. So if you add another unit, you've got to provide an on-site parking space.
Has to be on-site, not
Yes,
on-street.
it has to be on-site.
Well, I mean, I drove by this place, I forget what street it's on, it's a brand-new building, and I mean, there's no, I think we drove by it. There's no parking. On C Street. Yeah, there's no parking, so I mean, however many cars these guys are gonna have, it's gonna be on the
Single-family
street.
residential, because it has to have at least two.
Well, or like often happens, they have a garage that they don't use as a parking spot.
And that's a problem with almost every place in the world.
No, I
seems,
know, I
That the
understand
required
that.
parking is in a garage and everybody ends up making it a storage unit or it's a recreation room.
Yeah. All right, I see your light is on. I see that you want to speak more, and Mr. Diaz does as well. I haven't finished. I would like a minute to figure out whether I'm finished now with my issues. And at some point, somebody can call the question. I don't know. I'm concerned about so if we include the single-family residences, they would be deed restricted for, as we're talking about now, 25 years. But, but you could rent them out, you could rent it out.
Yes, but the individuals or individual who is living there cannot exceed the household income per our
Right.
program.
Right. Okay, Mr. Diaz? I mean, we're talking, it's 9:19, we got to wrap this up.
Yeah, I got distracted by the $1 million house on C Street. I hear those concerns. I personally am supportive of it being in SFR. Because largely of the things that William just said, but also, it is largely self-limiting. These aren't going to be popping up everywhere right now. I think it's really important to take a look at the housing emergency we're in and the crisis, however you want to call it, and there's a need, and the legislature agrees to address the situation right now. And even if this was like a temporary, let's do this, and then in 5 years we revisit, maybe we'll be in a very different situation. But I do think it is largely self-limiting. I mean, these aren't going to be popping up on every block. There's going to be a handful of them, and it's largely, I'm viewing it as kind of a transitionary, a small step towards future zoning considerations, which we're going to have that conversation either way, just because of where our population is going, basically. And in terms of the parking concerns, I mean, there's arguments on both sides, right? People who are going to live in a 300 square foot unit, often they're not having multiple cars. I definitely hear the concerns about two bedroom units. I'm having a really hard time thinking of an example of a property in town that could fit a 2-bedroom ADU. And, in a neighborhood where they would want to do that. And so that's another thing that I think is largely self-limiting. The place I'm renting right now only has street parking, and we have one car, and it's a challenge for sure, especially with, the presence of short-term rentals and other problems where you have a weekend with a number of extra people, and it's a challenge for sure. It's something that we have to navigate. But in the spirit of this change, I don't think we're opening the floodgates, or, it's self-limiting. It's not something that is just going to take off as much as even if we really wanted to. It's still pretty restricted, mostly financially. It's not going to be financially.
And with building costs, what they are.
Yeah,
If
it's
you're
not
going to
gonna-
do one and you can only charge $1,400.
For most people, it's not going to make sense. They're going to have to really want to, be a housing.
Or if you have a grandmother,
Or,
that
right,
you want to not rent to, but
right.
But you will have to rent it.
You will.
You can't just give it to your grandmother
see, that's.
if it's in the SFR district or it's deed restricted, because you've got to demonstrate that the person living there is paying a certain amount of rent that's not exceeding their income. If you want to build something for your grandmother, you don't put a kitchen in it.
And it can be a dollar, but maybe it has to be
That's the maximum you can charge.
that's the max. Yeah.
If you want to charge $200 a month for that unit, have at it, that's great.
Right.
But the person living there can't exceed the
right.
income limit that has been provided.
Because of the legislation, there isn't a whole lot of opportunity to allow it for family in that regard,
Which I think
right?
is
Well, there are
absurd.
pushes that the ADUs would serve that purpose, but it's in many other areas where we don't have the liberty and the luxury of a very liberal zoning code. We can only do what the state says. And so that option would require us to do a future land use density change and then a zoning change if you wanted to add the units that would not be deed restricted.
Which we could do. I mean,
We
it's-
could do, yes. And I think you're going to hear a lot of feedback when we get into the neighborhood planning initiative and look at zoning, which is one of the things we're going to look at. There are going to probably be different neighborhoods that really want to have an upzone, and then other areas that really don't want any change. And then we can look at how we can do that once we get all that information back.
Yeah, so I mean, I would suggest including SFR for now and committing to having that conversation of what changes we need elsewhere. Because, right now, I do know at least one homeowner that went through the process for an ADU for family. And there are, ways of doing it. But I think as a transition for now, this is really good, including SFR, but we do need to commit to having that other conversation, which is.
If we do the 25 years, could we go back in a couple of years and go, yeah, it was too long, we can change it? Or is that we married to that
Well,
at
there
that
is
point?
a deed restriction or a covenant that Elizabeth is working on. I don't see a problem with us going back since it's under your purview. If they are under our program,
Right.
they could do it. If they are under a different program, let's say they somehow got some money from the county under the affordable housing bond, I think that has actually a longer term on it than what we have. And so as long as we're not affecting other
Right.
regulations that are in place. The other thing I would suggest too is that, it's more difficult to make an ordinance more liberal
I
on
was
the
just-
second reading than the first reading. So if you have any implication where you think you want to include SFR, you can approve it on first reading, and then you can scale it back if you get a barrage of phone calls and whatever else on second reading. Versus the other way around, that you vote it out now and then go to second reading, you have a change of heart, you want to throw it back in again.
harder.
I don't advise making it more, going that route.
Right.
Madam Mayor, I move the previous question.
Okay, that is that's a motion to have called, it's essentially calling the vote. All in favor? There's no discussion with that? Oh, yeah, public comment. Have we got any public comment? Oh, okay, we didn't, but now we do. Oh, thank you. Okay, public comment and then a vote. It's a non-debatable motion.
Peggy Fisher, A Street. I'm against putting ADUs in single-family residence. I'd like to ask who's going to enforce it. We don't enforce stuff right now. I have an ADU in the form of an RV sitting next to my house.
Good Lord.
I have an ADU in form of a room that's been converted into a rentable property that has, I believe, a kitchen in it, from what I remember. So that's 3.
Have you reported it? I mean, do we know about them? All right.
We
All right,
won't
that's
go
a-
there.
that's a question.
It's been reported
Okay,
by him.
okay.
So that's very common in my neighborhood. I could rattle off 5 different addresses right now that have a RV in their yard occupied with no action taken on. So if you can't enforce something, don't put it on the books. And so I would like to know, or my question would be, how is this going to be enforced? And are we going to be able to enforce it if we can't enforce the regulations that we have right now? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any other public comments? Madam
I
Clerk,
don't
do you?
have any on this item, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we have another one.
We only have 4 minutes left to discuss this.
Okay, oh, right, that's right. You have,
Sorry.
Ms. Hudson,
Yes,
quickly.
Jennifer Hudson.
Otherwise, we're going to
1221
workshop.
North M Street. My parents live in an ADU. I know we live in a different state, so I'm gonna be honest with you, there are regulations. ADUs are actually, I think, the future of how a lot of things are gonna go, because young people can't afford homes anymore. A lot of times, people will need an ADU to have their new son-in-law and daughter live in the back. That's kind of how it's going. I do think it needs to be well thought out. I understand your points about parking. I do think that's an issue. But I hope that you'll think about it. I'm not loving the structure either, but I do think we as a city, and especially with the housing the way it is, we should really work and try to find a way to use them. The only issue here with the 25-year, I really don't think anybody's going to build them. I mean, the way it is now, I don't think people are going to build it because, you almost lose money on it. So unless you have family that you need to house, but I also don't want them to be built to make money, because that does ruin a neighborhood. Then the whole neighborhood becomes rentals. So it's okay to have something in between, but you got to be careful of both ends of that story. But I do believe in them, and they are really, my parents live in Chapel Hill. They're all over Chapel Hill. So I mean, this is kind of the way it's going. Okay, thank you.
I bought my house because my grandmother needed a place to live. Exactly. And it has a little cottage in the back.
I think it,
All right, so we've, all in favor? Oh,
What are we exactly voting on?
well, the motion to
The
approve.
motion was to
this.
approve it as is written now,
Right.
which
Which
allows the
includes-
SFR, none of the recommendations that came forward from the two boards, it's as is, and then we can
including the
revisit.
parking, all of it.
And well, the parking's already in the
I'm-
code, that will be a different advertising and change that, but, and then if you have thoughts or trepidation or concerns or whatever, we look at it again at second reading in 2
I would like
weeks.
to amend my motion to approve. I would like to amend my motion to bring this back with changes. Can we do that?
Which
I don't
change?
want to table it. Because we talked about the 25 years, we talked about, I mean, we've all thrown out some concerns.
Right, but we
And-
haven't given any direction into, so what
So
do
we
you
can't
want?
change the 25 years.
That's our whole program.
No, I understand that. So, I mean, everything that we've talked about for concerns,
Okay, my only concern is if we do with the 25 years in single-family districts, at some point, can we come back and and make that easier, make that?
Yes.
Relax that, okay.
If we come back and say you can do ADUs not at affordable housing, can we come back and say the ones you built for affordable?
I'm sorry, could you speak into your mic, Commissioner?
sorry.
Yes, but that would take some effort from the attorney's side, because we will be doing deed restrictions on the individual properties.
I mean,
but
maybe
that-
people
could be
don't want
released.
to,
That
but
is
I
an
mean,
option.
if they build them as affordable housing and then we change the rules on them and say you can build them at market rate, but you guys who did it earlier can't,
Right.
that's not really fair.
You
Well,
can
but we-
change a
but
deed
we'd have to-
restriction.
We would also need to look to make sure that you're complying with Florida statute, which Mr. Waters has alluded to the fact that there is a requirement that when you're putting ADUs in the single family districts, that they are affordable. So even after your program years run out, the statute still does require that they be affordable.
Madam
If
Mayor,
they're built
I
in
have
with this-
had my
I've
light
called
on
the-
for
I
a long
understand
time, and
the
you didn't
question.
call
Question's
it.
been called.
Yeah, but you didn't
I
call,
understand that, but the question was called.
so I
And they all had a
guess,
chance to
I-
speak. So the motion, as it stands, is to do it the way it is. Ms. Maliga, what is your,
No, I just called the question.
Oh, okay.
I had made the motion and Mr. Diaz seconded it just to get the conversation started.
okay, so, all in favor?
aye,
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
okay, passes 3-2.
Okay. And let me ask why let me
Was it?
ask why the nays? Because of the single family? I'm just curious. Okay. Because this,
For me, it was a single family, and both boards that we entrust to give us guidance said no. And again, my concern is if they do this in the parking in single-family residence, I just don't think it's a great plan for SFR.
we can come back for the parking. We can change, I mean, the parking wasn't
know,
going to
I
come.
just went on the record-
You can come back at second reading and change it and eliminate the SFR. The parking would be a challenge to change that because it is within the whole program of how we encourage affordable housing, the 25% reduction. But again, keep in mind that any new ADU or unit in the SFR and likely the SFTF 14 district, you're going to have to provide off-street parking for that new unit,
Right.
no matter what you do.
But if we've approved it the way it is tonight, we can always come back on the second reading and change. So I wanted to look
As
more
long as
into
you don't
this.
make
Yeah.
humongous changes. or
I don't
you
want
get-
it to be like a workshop.
You can take things out, but you can't really
Okay.
add anything.
I called the question because I was watching the clock, and I'm like.
Yep, no, we're there, okay. So,
Well, thank you.
so we may come back with changes on the second reading, but we've got it for now. Okay, thank you. Moving right along. It is now 9:30, and we have much to do, and we have poor people from the Business Development Board waiting patiently. I tried to move it, but I tried to move it. Okay, B, Madam Attorney, would you read the ordinance?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ordinance
Ooh, it's a big one.
2024-06, an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 23 Land Development Regulations, Article 1, General Provisions, Division 2, Definitions, Section 23.1-12, Definitions, Article 2, Administration, Division 3, Permits, Section 23.2-28, Administrative Adjustments, Administrative Use Permits, Article 3, Zoning Districts, Division 2, Residential Districts, Section 23.3-7, SFR, Single Family Residential, Section 23.3-8, SFTF 14, Single Family and Two Family Residential, Section 23.3-10, MF 20, Multifamily Residential, Section 23.3-11, MF 30, Medium Density Multifamily Residential, and Section 23.3-12, MF 40, High Density Multifamily Residential. Article 3, Zoning Districts, Division 3, Mixed Use Districts, Section 23.3-13, MUE, Mixed Use East, and Section 23.3-16, MUFH, Mixed Use Federal Highway. Article 4, Development Standards, Section 23.4-3, Exterior Lighting, Section 23.4-4, Fences, Walls, and Gates, Section 23.4-16, Mechanical Systems Equipment for Existing Residential Structures, and Section 23.4-19, Outdoor Storage and Open Air Operations. Article 5, Supplemental Regulations, Section 23.5-1, Signs, and Section 23.5-4, Historic Preservation, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and an effective date.
Well done. Thank you. Okey doke.
And that's the short version.
Yeah, I know, really.
Motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so let's start talking. I have no
Would
lights
you
on.
like a little
which is-
presentation on it?
Sure.
To walk you through it?
Well, yeah, we've been, I know, I'm so sick of talking, but go ahead.
Good evening, Scott Rodriguez for the record, Assistant Director, Planning and Preservation. I'll be brief.
Thank you. Brevity is the soul of discretion.
So this ordinance really is just an item that's going to put clarification and revisions to the code and does address some specific areas, including some processes, pools. Let me go through this. Here are the sections that are going to be affected by the ordinance. And these are the topics I was beginning to talk about, and you can see that we have items like pools on dual frontage properties, string lights, residential fences and walls, outdoor storage, and historic preservation. And like I said before, some cleanup items.
What is pools on dual front? Go back to that again. What does that
Palmway Lakeside.
Oh, thank
Yeah, there's two fronts.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Or a corner.
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you.
Or a corner, thank you.
So the advisory board did unanimously pass this ordinance with some recommendations to the commission, city commission. One, the PZB did recommend increasing the 2-foot overhang to 3 feet. That's one of the changes that was recommended.
And staff didn't have a problem with that.
And that's on line 242, 243. It says 2 feet here. Do you want it to be 3? Is that what you're?
That was a recommendation from the planning board, and we were okay with that.
Yes, we didn't make that change yet. We wanted to get the city commission's, I guess, approval,
Okay,
if you
so
will.
it says 2, but really 3 is what we'll.
Yes,
Okay.
the 2-foot is the existing language, and in this ordinance, unlike the previous ordinance, we didn't make any changes in red. We just brought it
Right.
forward as is. It's the same ordinance as.
So at
PZ.
some point, we may have to amend the motion to make that difference.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So do you?
And Historic also wanted to eliminate basically or change colored and themed lights to holiday themed lights.
And I apologize for staff's insensitivity on that, but that was kind of how it was in the code before we brought it back, and we're fine with holiday lights. But somebody had a really good suggestion that we might consider, is that we just let lights be lights. And that's fine.
It's a holiday.
And
It's
that's
National
fine.
Donut Day. I want my donut.
That's fine.
Well, but I'm saying, I mean, it says about,
And-
from
and-
specified
I-
holidays.
And I won't who it was. We had an interesting conversation, and I'm like, when we got thinking about what holidays meant, and I'm like, I don't want to be the arbitrator of what is a holiday and what isn't, so we dumped it on you all, and the suggestion
you.
was, why don't we just let lights be lights? And I'm like, I'm okay with that.
I mean, really, I mean, it's, you know, there's no, I mean, there is a prohibition now, which I learned when I had my inspection done for my ADU, which faces the alleyway. No white lights. So, I mean, how, do you really think that everyone's going to bathe their houses in colored holiday
Well,
lights?
there is a weird section of our code that would be difficult to enforce, and I so appreciate Ms. Fisher being here, that talks about things being done in good taste.
Oh, there's an easy mark.
That we brought, and that that's left.
Well, exactly, right.
And that may be up to a independent arbitrator, like a special magistrate. If we have one that's just covered up and down, all over in lights, and we decided that is really gaudy and in poor taste, we cite, give a zoning violation. They come to the magistrate, and we let that person independently decide, is it in good taste or bad taste, and call it a day. People are going to do weird stuff.
Was that a
in
hypothetical? That
That's
was a
hypothetical.
hypothetical, okay.
It's a hypothetical, but things happen. But this is
Because, I
not
mean,
something I want
then
to die on.
theoretically, if it's not, if you have spotlights up on your palm trees, they could only be white or cream colored. You couldn't have another blue or, I mean,
Are we kind of a violation of our own palm trees?
well, that's why I brought that to I said, Mr. Waters, we have to take down all the trees in the cultural plaza.
I understand, yes, that's why it's here.
Yeah.
And if the gate gets opened wider, that's fine.
I don't, really, if too many colored lights in our city is our biggest problem,
Just say, bring it.
I say,
I'm not picking the holidays.
yeah. So where are we at with that? Well, let's go through this page by page. Wait. Let's go like page by page, because we started on, Exhibit A. The 3 feet, we start there. Let's keep going down. Mechanicals, is this,
A lot of it's housekeeping where we've encountered issues over the past few years. And this would not have been as big as it is now. It's just that we've had some turnovers in staff, so things built up. This should have been coming to you as either 2 or 3 chunks. And unfortunately, it's coming to you as one big chunk.
it sure is, okay. So now we have, starting at 270, mechanical systems. Mechanical systems are not permitted to be located in the front setback of any property. So does that mean like every townhouse has their air conditioner in the front of the air? They can't do that anymore?
Not necessarily. Again, if you come with a planned development and you're kind of creating some of your own rules, they could be in the front. We don't encourage them to be in the front. But in theory, since I don't want to have a carte blanche, black and white answer, if you came in for the townhouse project that could come in as a planned development, there is a possibility you could allow them to be in the front.
Well, but that's pretty much what happens. And then the 7-Eleven on 10th and Federal, 10th and Dixie, it's right there on the corner, their electrical panel, it's not covered by anything, it's just, and I don't know how that happened, but apparently
That was,
it did.
thank you, I'll just say the county.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to leave it as the county required that there.
The county?
Yes, fire code, traffic regulations, some other things. They do look at our site plans. And so, yeah, sometimes the
It's the
fire.
only building that I can see where you drive past it on one of the main
And that's one of the few new
intersections.
buildings on our major thoroughfare that we've had.
Okay, so I mean, it's crazy. It's like, okay, you can't have air conditioners in front of your house unless you're a PD, a planned development, and then you can. And what is the difference
You
between
might
that?
could. I'm not saying, because again, the plan development comes to you to approve. And so if someone's asking for a waiver from our code, our zoning regulations, we might recommend against it, but they can still ask for it. And, I can't say what a board 10 years from now might
But
say.
only a planned development, only a development could do it. If I wanted to put an air conditioner for whatever reason in front of my house, I could absolutely not do that. Correct?
If you
Well,
could-
no,
if
no.
you- There is a possibility to ask for a variance if you have no other legitimate, feasible, and safe location to put it. But you would have to ask for a
No,
variance
I
from the
mean,
board.
I understand that piece of it, but I just, so many townhouses with the air conditioners in the front, somehow that's okay.
It was okay.
So now this would, but it's, you're saying it's probably still okay if they come and go, please.
That all depends on you. The plan developments all come to you.
Okay, who was first, Mr. Diaz, Ms. May?
If we're going through the exhibits, mine was in specific
Oh,
to the
okay.
holiday
All right, so
lights, yeah.
another thing?
Yeah, when we get to J, you
Okay.
can call me.
All right, so mechanicals, I mean, okay. Moving right along, next page, Exhibit B. 10 expansion, any questions on that one? Exhibit C, poles in the rear yard, dual frontage should have a minimum setback of, any questions, any on that one? Exhibit D, provided 75% of the front yard shall remain okay, this is impermeable surfaces. What brought this change about?
Easier to enforce and regulate for clarity's sake.
Okay. Next exhibit. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
I just want to ask a question about
Okay.
Exhibit D, letter D. Is that, because it's underlined, is that
Right, it's an
a
addition.
new,
They're crossing out the provided however.
the provided however the lesser of da, da,
Right,
da.
so where it's crossed out, that's gone, and then it's.
Okay, thank you.
E, multifamily residential, 70% of the front yard, same
We're
thing.
making that consistent across all
Yeah, I see
residential
that.
districts, which will help code a lot.
F, same thing. G, same thing. All right, this keeps going, okay, and then we get to J, the lights. And again, another question, as Ms. Fisher pointed out, is, enforcement of that. What do you all think about? Give me your thoughts on lights.
I appreciate the need to change that section of code. Why do we have to be the harbinger of what are holidays? I feel
Well,
like
I
that's
think-
that's opening a can of worms, and annually we're gonna have to look at, there's easy ones, federal, state holidays, but then, we have to, we get the privilege of deciding what holidays are
Yeah.
acceptable. I would find a better way, and I kind of like to let lights be lights.
Why don't
sort
we
of thing.
just let lights be lights?
And so what would the change be, just to
Well, this is all new,
strike?
Restriction on string lights.
yeah.
You
What
can
you
put,
end up having, you have D underlining, and then 1 would become string lights, warm or cool in tone, and those substantially similar shall be permitted in all zoning districts throughout the city. And then based on what I'm hearing, we lose 2 altogether.
Yeah.
But if we're saying clear or white lights,
I read it. 1 would become string
Okay.
lights, warm or cool in tone, and those substantially similar shall be permitted in all zoning districts. We might add something to the effect that, and we'll have to look at this, in terms of respecting turtle lighting, dark sky, whatever else, which might need to be what we add in 2, but we'll have to provide you language for that, which isn't going to substantially change this. It's just probably regulating the lumens and the wattage in the bulbs, and also they would have to be shielded if they're like crazy.
and most
visible
string
or
lights
something.
are.
Right.
But most string lights are
But if
like
we're
not
still
crazy.
saying warm
And-
or cool in tone.
Yeah.
That doesn't cover all
That doesn't cover
colors.
colors.
Right. So that would be the change.
Why don't we just be string
String
lights?
I'd get rid
are
of the warm or
permitted?
cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But can somebody who has PTSD, can I say that there should be something in there that they can't be flashing disco, like in hindrance upon the neighbors, kids who have autism?
That's what we can put in number 2.
We need to be something.
We have a prohibition somewhere else in the code about flashing lights,
Right.
blinking
Yeah,
lights.
can you
and
please find the language and add that to it,
Yeah.
Miss Elizabeth?
So,
Thank you.
okay, so that's the second thing we need to change on our motion.
So what we have for 1 now is string lights and those substantially similar shall be permitted in all zoning districts. And then 2 will be something that addresses flashing, blinking, or,
Turtle light
What about
compliance.
lights that go right in people's windows?
well, that's covered in a different section of the code.
Okay.
And I hate to be the pain in the butt, but,
Hang on, motion to extend the meeting,
but lighting that is,
Commissioner, hang on.
Let him finish his sentence.
lighting that is themed to music for holidays is really popular, which would be considered flashing, blinking, or whatever. Are we okay with that exception?
Well, no, because now
I'm
we're.
trying to think of code compliance and something.
During December.
You can't have those blinking lights themed to like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and I'm like, oh my God. Yolanda will kill me.
We'll
if we
set it
do-
for the special magistrate hearing at the end of the next month, and it'll be done by then.
So,
They'll be in compliance by then.
We'll come up with something so that it's allows that, but it doesn't become a nuisance or
Okay.
something.
So at
Elizabeth
least-
can be very creative with language.
We also need to address the definition of string lights in Exhibit A to match this, just to.
Right.
Oh, thanks, Elizabeth. I forgot.
And now can I make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock begrudgingly?
Is there a second? Maybe not?
Second.
Thank you.
Thanks, but no thanks, huh?
Do we have all in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, Jamie, for the heavy agenda. We appreciate you
No,
so
this
much.
is a little crazy.
This is a lot.
Just saying,
This is a
Mr.
little, I gotta say.
Okay, are we keeping track of
Overzealous.
the
We're not even at
amendments to your
unfinished
motion? I
business
think
yet.
you motioned it.
Yeah.
Exhibit J is going to be changed.
Yeah.
And the other thing that's going to be changed is the
We just
A.
remove the same things that are out of
A
the
matches.
definition of string lights.
I'm going to let William say what the motion needs to be once he makes all those changes.
Okay, Exhibit K,
Does that come back for a first or a second then?
Depends on how far you go with the changes. Right now, we can come back as a second.
Okay.
especially since we're talking about it, it's
Yeah.
not.
Exhibit K is dealing with some challenges that we have with wall heights and fence heights. Really, existing properties, it's not that big of a problem. With new properties, we are having some issues that we're trying to address when it comes to adding walls or fences on existing properties.
Okay. L, anybody with L? Mechanical are not permitted located front side of any property. Okay.
Yeah.
M,
The major bulk of the open air operations, that's in a different section of the code, so we're just
Yeah, this is-
eliminating, so it's not double timed. So that whole part is already in the LDR somewhere else. And then we're dealing with the fact about outdoor storage in the mixed-use districts and artisanal industrial.
I'm more concerned with eliminating all the open.
We already have all this same
Yeah, we're not
language somewhere
eliminating
else in the code already
all
exists, so we don't need
crossed
it
out.
twice.
Yeah, because it's somewhere else already written. It's just not going in this
This is
section.
part of the housekeeping, I guess.
All right.
There's no need to have the same language 2 or 3 times in the code. We can have it once, and it's already there somewhere else.
Because I'm looking at it, and I have asked you about this before, up to 3 items which must be new and excellent condition. And I was told that I was not happy with the answer. New or used clothing, 1 freestanding clothing with 3 items of clothing. If you go down Lake Avenue, this is not being enforced. And I don't care if it's on public property or private property, it's an
But I
ordinance.
think the issue.
I understand that, but I'm saying in general,
You're registering
I
your
am not
concerns.
happy with the fact that we are not enforcing this ordinance. Where else is it in the code? I mean, it's exactly like this somewhere in the code? Yes. Okay, well then take this out, but I'd like to know where it is, because it clearly 3 items is not being adhered to. And I really was. No, I'm talking about stores.
Exhibit N deals with what we were talking about earlier with the stringed lights.
All right,
Exhibit O is the thing we have to adopt in terms of what Florida statute changed in regards to historic preservation and buildings that are in the floodplain.
and that means that,
It means that either there is a possibility of losing non-contributing properties that are in our historic district without a preservation board review. We have to have this. This is like Florida said, you're going to do this, and
Okay.
we're not happy about it at all, but.
okay, so,
This exhibit will need to change as well. It was inadvertently left in when we were making changes to bring this forward, the last line, 655, and given an opportunity to comment would be deleted.
or just notified?
Correct.
We're just going to tell them?
Yes, because
Okay.
they don't get a say. Florida statute says you cannot hold up the demolition permit for anything.
Oh, okay. All right,
The new one that just passed, right? Correct.
so that's the 3rd change.
So I amend my motion to the changes that we went over to be brought back for a second.
Which
Okay,
include the much broader definition of string lights, eliminating the holiday requirement.
Right.
Having staff bring back a definition that helps deal with nuisance or blinking or flashing, except when it's to the theme of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And then the other necessary changes associated with the string light, and I think that covers everything.
Yeah.
Pardon? I don't, I can't think, I'm tired.
And historic preservation one.
Really?
Yeah, and the last line of the historic preservation one.
Okay,
I'll second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very
Do
much.
you have any public comment? I guess not.
Oh, did we do public comment? Ma'am, do you have any public comment?
Yes, I have one comment.
Okay, what's your comment?
Comments from Giovanna Dominguez Timor, 301 8th Avenue North, regarding Exhibit K, Section 23.4-4. I respectfully request that a statement be added to allow for staff to examine a property that represents a unique set of circumstances. And if this is determined, that staff will have the authority to grant administrative exceptions, and by doing so, avoid the lengthy and costly process of variance filings and advisory board presentations for residents asking for help. Only those properties which have a unique situation not found on another property can be eligible for this administrative exception at no cost to the resident. Thank you. That's the last comment I have for this evening.
Thank you.
That would require a whole rewrite. We'll look, I'll listen to the tape and we'll figure out something if we can.
Yeah, I think that's a
And
step beyond.
Yes.
Okay, so we voted on that, all right.
I would comment that if I understood the comment correctly, they're saying that if a property is in an unusual situation,
And we have some language to that. There's a point where if it becomes so unusual, the variance is a route to go. And I believe a request was made by a person and it was denied for a variance. They waited a year and came back and it was denied again. There is only so much latitude where staff can look at something and give a waiver. And that's why it's really strictly written as to what the parameters are. Otherwise, you're in the variance category.
Yep.
And if a board of your peers doesn't think that you meet the variance criteria, you're not going to get one.
Okay, next up is unfinished business.
Now we have micro units.
Oh, we're in oh my God.
This one should be easy, I think, hopefully.
This is so crazy. We're
I'm
never
reading
gonna
my
get through all
notes,
this.
I'm reading my notes and thinking
We
we
have an
talked
hour to
about
get through the rest of this meeting.
Ordinance 2024-07, an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 23 Land Development Regulations, Article 4 Development Standards, Section 23.4-25 Micro Units, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes, aye.
There's like two options. One, to make sure that the public knows this is not dealing with communal living, dormitories, boarding houses, or anything else. It is amending our current micro unit ordinance. And there's two things that are here. Reducing the area required for the mixed use component from a requirement of 15% to what is our minimum size for basically a use, which is 2,500 or 10% of the gross area, whichever is less. This has been requested of several developers who would like to do micro units. The Planning and Zoning Board also recommended that we reduce the size, minimum size of a micro unit project to 10 versus 20, and staff was okay with that. There was also a request that instead of having personal service and mixed use components in a micro unit project, that same amount of area have to be contributed to the common area element or doubling the common area element requirement, and staff was fine with that as well.
Just 10% though.
Yes. The common area element now is 10, but if you want to do a micro unit project and you not provide the mixed use component, that jumps to 20.
If it's just micro.
Yes.
And there's a whole list from on line 66 down.
Yeah, I have that.
And there's other, and to answer your question earlier, other similarly situated common uses areas. So that's opens up other things that are come up as they come up.
Ms. May.
So we were fine. So if you were comfortable with the changes that were recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board, the motion should be amended to include that the number of units be reduced to 10, and you allow for a project to provide double the common area element versus having to provide the required mixed-use element.
Okay, Ms. May?
So I just have a question about the parking, just to make sure
Yeah, me
everybody's
too.
clear. Each micro unit has their own parking spot.
Yes.
Is that
Off-street,
off-street parking, or everyone's going to claim the same spot on the street like we're doing
No,
already?
this is required off-street parking. That's one of the requirements for in the micro.
Okay, so what's all the other
Up to
stuff?
20, go to line like 87.
Yeah, like the bike storage
Right.
and all that other stuff. I know that you use this
setting
for
it up for
every
a
single
problem.
thing, but I'm just worried.
No,
This is in addition to, or you can get away, like, let's say we have 20 units. 25% of those,
4 of those units could be an alternative space, which
so
is
what
how they're-
about the 4 people that have a car and the bikes are parked there?
Yeah, I don't see it.
Well, this is how our code, that part is existing now in the code. That's how it's written now, and when it was approved 2.5 years ago, is that providing alternative ways to meet the parking. And again, there is a
So-
fiduciary requirement of the developer, if, you know, good management is based on what project that you propose. And if you're proposing a project that has, say, 16 parking spaces on site, and you've got 20 units, then you should, once the 16 spaces are, you know, attributed to a unit, then the next 4, you're like, you don't have any parking, you either have to have a
Right.
bicycle, a motorcycle, or a scooter.
Can we, I don't know how this works, but can we ask staff to come back with something about the parking, like to relook at that? The overall parking rules?
We're doing a, right?
Or after the
mobility
parking study?
Parking study.
Okay.
That's all gonna get wrapped.
That's
into
all
it.
gonna,
Because
okay,
this-
thank you, I'm
I
happy
don't like
about
this at
that.
all.
Okay.
And there's no guest parking, there's no nothing, it all just comes onto the street.
These are
Now,
micro
keep in mind too, that these micro units are only allowed in mixed-use districts. They're not
Right.
allowed in MF 20, MF 30, MF 40, SFTF 14. They're
They
based
still
on
need
our
to
major
park.
thoroughfares.
Still needs to park?
I'm just letting you know
Yeah,
that they're not
okay.
everywhere.
Okay. All right, so with what we have, well, this is,
Are you really going to make me re-say all that in my motion?
No,
Okay.
I think
But
it on
wait,
the
wait,
record.
so
If you're
we're-
okay
this
with
is-
what I said, you could just say, I'm okay with what he said.
Exactly what Director Waters said.
so this is,
So we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any public comment?
no, thank you.
Call the question?
Motion for the previous,
Including our amendments.
Yes.
so, okay, this is a new ordinance, okay? So when you say
The only part that's new is what's underlined.
25.
There's one word at 58, a few words also on 58.
60
All
or
right.
59?
Okay, all right.
That's it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. That parking, though, I'm so over not having enough parking spaces. Okay,
Everybody needs to ride hoverboards in our city like
there was a, okay, next up, agenda discussion regarding the city manager residency requirement brought forward by Commissioner May. Commissioner May, you want to address it?
Okay, so I know we need to hire a new city manager, and I was thinking about the requirements for being a city manager, and I was thinking about the fact that we have a housing crisis, and I was thinking about the fact that I don't want to limit our pool of applicants based on geography. And what I'm thinking, it's a discussion, so I'm open to, to hearing what everybody's saying, but let's say Jamie did want to be the city manager, I know he doesn't. But Jamie lives in Boynton, and he's got 2 kids in school, and he's got his house, and he probably has a mortgage of 2%. He's not selling his house to move 5 miles here to have to buy a house with a new mortgage, with a 20, whatever it is today.
Where in one
So-
meeting, you can lose
Right.
your job.
And I'm really, we asked, or I asked Melissa to look, only 4 of 39 municipalities in Palm Beach County have this requirement still. I understand I do understand the idea of somebody having stake in the community. But I don't think that should drive that decision. I think that, if somebody is a professional, and all the people that I have met that work in this city care about this city, and they're not doing it because they live here, they're doing it because they're professionals, that is their job. We can discuss how far away and how
Right.
quickly they need to get here, but I don't want to limit us. At this point, you would really be blocking off anybody who already lived in Palm Beach, who didn't live in Palm Beach County. And we said with the previous city manager, one of the issues was it took her forever to get on the same page. Well, if we get somebody else coming in from out of town, it's going to have that same learning curve, and you never know, there could be an assistant city manager in X city within Palm Beach County that's ready to move up.
It's already been taken away from the utility director, correct?
Correct. This is the only position in the city.
Okay. I see a couple lights. Mr. Diaz?
Yeah, thank you for bringing it up. Mine will be simple because I agree. And, those four towns, they have a large physical area, but we don't. And this is no shock to anyone. The amount of qualified people to run a city is a short list. Not a lot of people go to school for that or, have the experience. So we really shoot ourselves in the foot and limit the pool and, including local candidates who might already live nearby. I guess the only thing to consider, and I think, whether this is a conversation now or when we come back with it, the example for one of the important roles that a manager needs to do is they need to be available for if somebody taps into our sewer force main or something like that, they need to be nearby to respond. And the example is police chiefs and fire and whatnot, they need to be within an hour and a half or something like that. It depends, but maybe we consider something like that because a manager needs to be available. But otherwise, I totally agree. And there's other things that I think are similar, not totally related to this, but similar because I look at this as kind of an efficiency thing on leadership. And I think something that it's a little bit of a stretch, but I think is also related on how we do things is looking at, for example, how we do our runoff elections and how, we tie up our staff and their availability because we have to address a runoff election that is based on some pretty archaic rules. And so, yep. Yeah, so it's...
You're going a little far afield, Mr. Diaz.
Oh, yeah,
And
so
it's
that...
10:05 at night.
But it's it's an efficiency process thing. So yeah, I definitely let's tackle these one at a time. But totally agree.
Are you warm, Ms. Malega? I've never heard her say that. You have your light on.
Hot flash over here. Hot. So first, I want to say thank you to Commissioner May for bringing this up, because when we hired Carmen, I brought this forward and I had no support.
Yeah.
I mean, it was crickets in here. So thank you for bringing this forward. I appreciate it. It made me start thinking of where we are in our city right now. I would like to be able to keep staff calm, get through the comp and class study, get through the WMODA, excuse me, ma'am, the housing, the mobility, and the ARPA funds conversation. And the other day when we got a stack of stuff to go through and we started talking about the process again, it took me to, we're in a good place right now in this city, and Interim City Manager Brown is doing an amazing job, and I'm just giving my opinion, in moving us forward in major conversations. Staff has a great respect for him.
Right.
I think that we're working well with him. And I personally would like to give us the opportunity to give Interim City Manager another year in his position. And he and I have had a conversation. He's not shocked. I would never do that to him. Have we not? Right? But I just think that right now, for us to start going out to hire a firm, to look for a city manager who is, again, going to have to jump into, I would like to see us get through a lot of these big conversations in the next 6 to 7 months.
But it takes that long to find a city manager.
No, it takes, but again, we have to hire the firm, go
Right,
through that
that's what I'm saying.
process. I would much rather just calm staff, and we have developers paying attention to our city right now. I think that giving Interim City Manager Brown a year contract and revisiting this 6 or 7 months from now is a wiser decision.
Okay, but this has no, this really is separate from that.
But it opened the conversation.
Oh.
So he doesn't live here, so it did open the conversation because he doesn't live in the city.
Oh, he's
And
interim.
does this have to go, is this part of our city charter, or is it just an ordinance?
Used to be city attorney, I think, used to also have to live in the city.
Okay,
It would require 2 readings.
okay, so that's where my head is in this whole thought process.
Oh, all right, interesting, okay. Mr. McBoy?
Commissioner Malega and I, as the two M's,
Excuse me.
well, we're earlier on that. No, we're not even that, but anyhow.
It's 10:08.
We agree. I do not see, I have not seen for a while a rush to move to another city manager in the whole process and go through that again. I think there would be a lot to be said for stay the course where we are for a year. And what we do with this residency thing, we look at that point, but, or look at it now. I'm open to looking at it now, but I agree with the gist of, at this point, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing.
It is broken.
And
You
it-
don't have a city manager. I mean, I
Well,
understand what you're
no, but
saying, but.
in terms of the function getting done,
I
it
don't-
is
I'm not
doing
just-
well.
Okay, but we're here only tonight.
And there's no limit on how long an interim city manager can sit as an interim city manager.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're supposed to put your light on and then I call on you. Okay, but let's limit it right now to this. Okay, let's talk about this. It's now 10:09. I think it's a good discussion about, you know, the things are not as mobile and portable as they once were years ago. So I think this is a great idea, okay? The other thing I think is a separate idea. I understand what everybody's saying. I also know the process of hiring a city manager is a long process. And what do we do with you don't have an assistant?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch
An
that.
assistant? An assistant?
For Public Works?
Yeah.
We're in the hiring process right now.
Do you have somebody that you're looking at I mean, how close are you?
We
Well, I guess my question is, are you getting good applicants?
Somewhat.
Okay.
I'll
let's-
say
all right.
somewhat.
Let's focus on tonight. It's 10:10. And the poor Business Advisory Board has been sitting so patiently. I'd like to get to fairly patiently.
So it's a discussion, we make
It's
a
a
motion?
discussion.
It's just a
We don't need a
discussion to
motion.
get,
No,
okay.
we would have to, we would also have to, I think, ask
Oh, I
staff to
have a
come
card.
forward with a motion.
We don't actually,
Right?
what? Anna Maria said something about something, but Jennifer Hudson is still here, and she'd like to talk about the residency requirement, and she's going to be really brief. So brief.
Okay, so, I mean, I would love to have Jamie another year, but that's not what
Or
this is
forever,
about.
yeah.
Yeah, or forever, that's true. I vote for that. But I would say this, I am actually very much against allowing someone to be the city manager that does not live in the city. I think that's a mistake. I think, I love him, but I do think it's important that the person that is the city manager actually lives here and is available all the time and would be dealing with traffic that was here all the time, not just to and from work, but they live here, they understand it, because that is a very important job. And I think they need that situation. Now, I would be okay with maybe whatever the limit is to Boynton, but I really do not want it to be open up, because that's what does happen. People get hired outside from, and they really don't know the area, and you don't want to open it up where someone can live too far away. I
Well,
think
we
it's a
would talk
huge
about
mistake.
limits of time and stuff.
Yes,
yeah.
very limited.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hudson. Okay, finally, and see, she's not even listening when I'm calling on her to come. You know what, direct what? To bring, do we want? 48 minutes, no, you don't. We discussed it, somebody will bring it back.
I'm going to do the Evelyn Wood
It
presentation.
was just a discussion. We didn't have to move.
How do we get them?
Well, it's a discussion. Yeah, I think because we have to talk about distances. I mean, we have to talk about things that are, it's not just remove the thing. We have to make some sort of limit. Okay.
I'm just asking about the process.
Yeah, somebody would bring it back to the staff.
We have a number of more items.
Well, so what is the direction after that last item is? Do you want staff to bring this back on a future agenda? Is there like, how do you want to address the?
Yeah, bring it back with some, talk with some recommendations about
Okay.
how far, how much time, that kind of stuff.
Okay, no
And I'm
problem.
sure we'll all be happy to give you.
Absolutely.
There you go. Okay.
I'm so sorry I wasn't here earlier.
I tried to get you. Did he tell you what I tried to do? And you weren't even
I
here.
thought maybe 7:30, so I came at 6:20.
I was going to have you here at 7. Okay, that's it.
All right.
We tried.
We tried. Anyhow, thank you for thinking of me. Erin Allen, 208 South Lakeside Drive. I'm here tonight in my capacity as chairperson of the Business Advisory Board. And I'm giving the commission an update on what we've been up to since we have formed, which it's a brand new board, as everybody knows. Our first meeting was in October. We've had 5 meetings out of 8 months. In December, we waived our meeting because of the holidays. And in January and March, the city canceled the meetings, I think because of all the chaos surrounding the city manager and whatnot. But that's just my speculation. So anyhow, we've only had 5 meetings, even though we've been in existence for 8 months. The city recently changed our schedule from every month to every other month. And in my perfect world, I would prefer that it stays to be a monthly meeting. I think it's hard to get anything done when you're only meeting every 60 days. But I do understand that Jamie can only be spread so thin, so I respect that. And if that's the issue, then that's fine. So a few of the things that we've touched on as a board are, the first thing was how to get the word out to the businesses that we even exist, okay? And a couple of months into it, I said, you know, we need to let the business people know. I mean, we can't do things here because we're a conduit between the business owners and City Hall unless we know what the business owners want, right? So I prepared a note, a letter of introduction, and have been going around door to door to every single business downtown, introducing myself, telling them about the board, what our mission is, that we are a conduit between City Hall and the businesses, to please come to our meetings if they want to, share any suggestions, concerns, whatever they might have. We are that voice for them. In partnership with the CRA, the city had developed a postcard as a result of this, trying to get the message out to the businesses. And Jamie worked on that with Joan, and they did come up with this postcard that, as I understand, was sent out to all of the licensed business owners in the city announcing the Business Advisory Board. Second thing, we made a recommendation that the city website be a little bit more user-friendly for potential new businesses that want to come to town.
Yep.
Creating a frequently asked question link for new businesses where they could click on it and it would have other multiple links with information that a new business owner would need to have in order to open a new business here, and just make it an easy place for them to go and harvest all the information that they would need, rather than getting sent to this direction and that direction and this direction and that direction. And I know that Jamie's working on that. He's also done a couple other things that we recommended on the city website, and I appreciate that, Jamie, that you've done that, very much so. Third thing that we talked about as a board is partnering with the businesses to come up with a way to help promote the downtown businesses during this FDOT construction. This is going to be a painful process for a lot of these business owners, and some of them may go out of business because of it. So we're just trying to come up with creative ways to try and partner with them to get traffic to the downtown area, to let people know that they're open for business, eat at the restaurants, shop at the stores, etc. The CRA did have banners made. You may have seen them. They're in that downtown corridor area saying open for business, which is good. It's a good advertisement to remind people as they're going through town. Another thing that we've talked about a couple of times is the enforcement of an ordinance that's governs signage for empty storefronts that's currently not being enforced. It is on the books, and I'm just going to give you a picture.
I think we probably know.
But
Yeah.
okay, so this picture, the top is oriented here and here.
I'm sorry, Miss Allen, we can't hear you.
You've got to speak. Here, Erin, turn around.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Melissa? Okay. So 3 of these businesses are businesses that would be in violation of this ordinance. This particular business here has what's called a window cling, I think is what they're called. So this shows you what the window could look like if we enforced this. So I have one for everybody so that you can see. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. And currently, the ordinance, and I provided this in a backup outline for everybody, I hope you had a chance to look at it, but briefly, it says, all windows or openings of vacant buildings shall screen the vacant interior of the building in which they are located. And then it goes on, I included not verbatim the whole thing, but the things that were relevant in this outline. Vacant buildings may not have stacked furniture, debris visible from public street or right of way. Any vacant storefront that has more than 25 feet of frontage on public sidewalk must provide a vignette display in at least one half of its available window space. There's also, if you're in violation of that, there are monetary penalties for the people. And I think Mr. Waters, he came to our meeting and we talked about this. I think that the ordinance needs to be revised a little bit. This isn't meant to be a punishment for the business owners downtown, but I think aesthetically it provides a more appealing experience for people who are walking on the sidewalks versus looking at a piece of visqueen that's been taped up in the window. That's the Island Water Sports Building, and it has a lot of windows. So that's all you see is this visqueen that's taped up there. But anyhow, I think for aesthetic purposes, it would be nice if it was enforced. A couple things that we talked about is the CRA has window clings of different images of downtown, the beach, Triangle Park, things that would be associated with Lake Worth.
Is that what this is, the window
That particular one, I
not-
don't know that that's a CRA one.
No, but just that's what you're talking about.
Yes, exactly. So anyhow, there's a cost to that, and, but my feeling is if a business owner can afford to have their space empty for years on end, they can probably afford $1,000 if that's what it costs to do their windows. And the other thing was a more creative way of doing it so that it's not a cost to the business owner would be to maybe allow other merchants to advertise in those windows. Like, for instance, maybe Dave Matthews wants to have a banner made and it would be displayed in a window because he's on the other side of the tracks. Nobody knows that he's around, right? Or a vignette of products that they might sell, the little French home store down there, whatever, just so that it's more appealing as an experience walking down. And then the last thing, which I think is the most important thing that we've discussed as a board, is the revision of the minor site plan review process. And Mr. Blackman, who you all know is a local urban planner, he came before our board and gave a pretty lengthy presentation of the difference between a minor site plan review process and a major one. And for all intents and purposes, they're exactly the same other than one minor thing. Which doesn't seem equitable. And I'm going to turn it over to Wes. He's going to explain why that minor site revision really, in our opinion, needs to be revised. And we would make that recommendation to the commission.
I'm not, too. Hey, it's the H.
Thank you. For the record, Wes Blackman, 241 Columbia Drive. I'm a certified urban planner and I help people through governmental processes. And the site plan review is one of those governmental processes. And what you have here is the printout of the sheet that you would get if you were told you needed to do a minor or a major site plan in the city of Lake Worth Beach. And you, yes. That's the point.
And
The major site plan, the only difference, I want to be very clear about this. The only difference between this and the major site plan and a minor site plan is the cost and the fact that with a major, you're going before the planning and zoning board.
with a minor, you're not.
With a minor, it is through staff and it's half the money, but the same requirements. So you're asking someone, the same person who may have 3 acres, who needs to answer all these questions that I used my yellow cartridge on.
You did.
Yeah, this is some pretty heavy
I was gonna
money
say.
here. You're asking the person with 3 acres who needs to address these things, the same questions you're asking a person with a 50-foot wide, 135-foot deep commercial lot.
Well, I was going to
And
ask
it
you.
really doesn't make sense, and I'm here self-sabotaging because
Yeah, you are.
I'm
That's
the
your
one who
job.
creates the words.
Let me ask you a question and get paid for it.
Right.
He wants to retire. No, my question is, can you just give an example of a minor site plan change?
Okay. Sometimes they come, the most prominent comes from a code complaint or code compliance issue. Like there might be a parking space that was eliminated over time or use change or something like that, and they end up in code enforcement. And one of the solutions is, oh, well, you can correct that. You can go through the minor site plan process. Oh, that sounds easy. I'll go through the minor site plan process. Well, in the meantime, you're doing everything that someone with a larger piece of property would do, and it tends to be and I'm right here before William Waters, it tends to be a hamster wheel you get on with the staff in terms of responding to their concerns, and they think everything's fine, and then you submit again. And then for a bonus prize for the third time that you respond to the questions, you pay more of a fee too. So all I'm suggesting here at 10:30 at night is that you
Thank you,
is that
Mr.
you
Black.
are aware of this, that we are going out there and selling a minor site plan, which is a major site plan,
Right.
which requires investment in the hiring of professionals in order to accomplish. And I understand the staff point of view in that we don't need drawings on napkins, and we do need some sort of professional standard. But I think there is an in-between.
I agree with you. I mean, one of my things is, if you want to put some, here's your here's your boundaries, right? And you want to do something here that does not affect any of your boundaries, you've got to get a survey, thank you, a survey, which is hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
And why? You're not changing the boundaries. So I think I would like to talk more about this and get more specific recommendations from you. And I mean, part of my income before I became mayor was doing.
I know that.
Right, I gave them.
Yes.
But I do agree with you, because it was so frustrating to deal with my clients, like Betty, they told me to do this and now it's this.
Yeah.
So
Well, at least you're aware now, and you can think about it as you dream.
can we have perhaps consensus to have Wes and other people in like circumstances with the knowledge that he has to do this, to give us some would you do that? To give us some recommendations about what
Would
you
the
think would be
VAB bring us
reasonable for a
recommendations?
minor site plan?
Sure.
And you wouldn't charge us? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not going to do it right now.
No.
Okay.
No, but the Business Advisory Board, that's what we want, is
Yeah.
we want you guys to give us your professional advice on how to be more business friendly.
Real
You're in the
time.
real estate industry.
Yeah.
Empty storefronts don't help you rent other storefronts.
Right.
This is what you do for a living.
And
This is
also
ridiculous.
becomes a barrier of entry to do business in the city for some people.
Absolutely. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's the first, somebody comes to the city, it's the first thing that they have to deal with. And with all due respect, it's often a very frustrating experience for people. So you have your light on, but do you want to actually say something?
No, he was just.
I'm getting crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what our advisory boards are for, and so I really appreciate this. And it's not, I just want to highlight that it's not too dissimilar from a previous pre-agenda meeting where Commissioner May
Right.
brought up, and I've brought up in the past, the need to perhaps even look at outside counsel or groups or nonprofits or whoever who could look at all of our code, not just for businesses. I appreciate that this is to focus on business, but even, residential permitting process can be, I mean, if somebody has to, no offense to Wes, but when somebody has to hire like a professional to navigate something that could potentially should be resolved as an owner pulled permit, it's a sign that, maybe we should take a look at it as a whole. So I just wanted to express that appreciation. And I did have a question of Ms. Allen, you mentioned that you were knocking on business doors, and I'm curious, do you need help like with translators with some of the other businesses and things like that?
The CRA was kind enough to translate my letter into Spanish.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
You got to come up.
Thank you.
You heard his question, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I asked Joan at the CRA if the city could translate my letter into Spanish because I have to go to the Spanish businesses, right? And I don't speak Spanish. And she did that for me. So I have it in a Spanish format and English.
And Bunny's also on the board, and she does speak Spanish as well. Bunny Rivera.
Are you volunteering though?
I frequent a lot of those businesses already, so I can share the word.
But you have to translate every sentence as they go, not a synopsis. Okay, so I think we have some direction to ask you to do that and the business board to do it, I think. And thank you.
Thank you guys for all your hard work. I mean, you guys have been putting in some long hours and especially sitting here waiting just to do a presentation. We appreciate you.
We tried.
Thank you.
Are they subject to sunshine? They're subject to sunshine.
Correct.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone. Item B, construction contracts with a paving lady. Anybody want to give us a?
Motion to approve?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I
What?
have the purchase and sale of the CRA, the 304 South F Street.
My online one has that, my printed one does not have that.
Oh, all right, I'll go with whatever.
Ones are wrong.
You go.
I don't know, I have two
I thought it was
conflicting.
taken off.
I had to remake my book today.
I don't
So
see it.
is it on or is it not on?
I don't see it on the most.
It is on, and I moved it up so that William could listen to this and then leave.
Where is it?
The purchase and sale with the CRA for 304 South F Street.
Yes, but where? I mean, I'm looking at new business A, B, and C.
She's looking at the printed one, and it's not on the printed one that's on
And it's
our
not in the book.
desk. It is in the online.
Well, but it's.
Is
okay.
it in your books?
No.
No.
And I never got an updated report.
Well, I apologize.
Should we skip it?
We got May 3rd residency required. I don't think we can skip it. Is it time sensitive? Because the.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so. Okay, well, I don't have that.
Yeah, we don't
So
have those.
just give us a brief, just tell us what we're doing. Tell us what to do.
Mr. White.
It's one of the few properties that we have
Oh, I
that has
see
been
it.
vacant and surplused. That is within the CRA district. It's a 50-foot by 135-foot lot on South F. It's been identified as being appropriate for affordable housing. As such, under our code, the property is given or transferred to the CRA. They're offering us $10, which is actually $10 more than they have to offer. And it will be put in the hopper of properties that will be available to deliver affordable housing.
So we
through
own it
our-
currently?
Yes.
How did we get it? Foreclosure?
That one, I don't recall how we got it. I'm sorry.
Anyway, so don't.
But we've had it for a long, we've had it the entire time I've been here. So
Oh.
it was one that was identified that was going to be possibly an appropriate place to move one of the buildings from the L&M. That's why it wasn't put forward for earlier. And then it came up, and then this is one of the properties where the development costs, even to get it, even though she's getting the property fairly inexpensively, it's one of the ones that will benefit greatly from the changes that you recommended under the affordable housing program. So you can get 4 units there, which are critically needed. In that location, it would be fairly advantageous and beneficial because it's an area that really does need to have a little bit of investment.
Well, it's industrial and it's one of the lots that we have continuous dumping on. So I make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now, construction contracts with a paving lady.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
thank you. Well, this is the time to get stuff passed. Work order number 7 with B&B Underground Construction to install new emergency water interconnect with the town of Lantana. Do I have a motion from Commissioner May? Do I have a second?
Second.
From Commissioner Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Hang on, wait, before we do that, I just have a question. From
What?
now on, when we have
What?
one item like this, I would like for Director Heady not to have to sit back
Right,
here until
really.
11 o'clock at night. Why couldn't he have
Yeah.
Zoomed? I'm just asking. Couldn't he have Zoomed?
I agree.
I mean,
especially if
this man
something
has
as
to be
simple
here,
as that.
yeah, that's, yeah.
Go home.
I was not asked.
Listen.
You could have easily asked today.
I'm just saying,
if I could have handled
there's
this
no
for you.
reason in my world that the director should be sitting back here till 10:40 at
You
night,
can always, call- if
so.
we have a question, we can call you.
There
All in
was
favor?
I was gonna say, there was at one point in time, items like this that are, they're especially in the water and sewer utility, they're normally higher cost items, but stuff that is just standard maintenance or purchase of things like that, that used to be on consent. But I know, I'm just throwing that out there. Throwing that out there.
Yeah. I agree with that
Did we
proposal.
vote? Have we adjourned?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.